Were you also able to follow the instructions and
What the hell?
from doing any
It didn't start? There we go. There we go.
This case?
Oh my gosh, I'm a mess.
Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday?
Sorry, guys, I was in the wrong
Everyone
stream.
With that, Mr. Foreman, I'm going to send you all back out.
All right, report, please.
All aboard!
There's follow me.
Who's got that in the cookie jar? Is that in the cookie jar? I know. So we left off at 14 hours, 14:49. 14 hours and 49 minutes. 14 times 60.
You are muted.
Plus 49. 889 minutes. B Tim, thank you so much. Yo, I was just, did you see the photo? Yes, I was just showing that, but apparently I started the wrong stream, so I'm gonna have to show it again. Let me fix the timer real quick. I gotta go get dressed. I mean, I'm kind of dressed, but I need to finish up. So 889 minutes. Okay. Save settings. All right. Start. Add the time. Boom. Here we go. Perfect. Yeah, I was just saying. Thank you so much for the 10, by the way. Good morning, early. What do you guys think about this? I was just talking about it. Let's see if I can put you on the screen too. Let me fix this. Everything's backwards today. We were watching the debate last night, so even this room, I got to pick up a couple of things off the table. All right, let's see. There we go. Boom. Yeah, speaking of that photo, I did see it. Action Jackson. And I was saying that maybe that's where he gets his name from. Action Jackson gets action. Or some people were saying...
Mel, did you see the photo going around with AJ and Karen Reed? And AJ grabbing Karen Red from the back?
Yeah.
It looks real, and seems AJ wearing the same bracelet and Rolex.
I believe it's real. I'm pretty sure it's real. I even saw a video of it. And he seems very comfortable with Karen. Some people said, maybe does he have his hands in a cookie jar? Who's got his hand in the cookie jar? I think this is like one of those, live photos on iPhone that it like records a couple of seconds. So I think somebody maybe took a picture, but also there's the, the couple of seconds of live video. They look happy. They make a cute couple. A lot of the guys in Boston have a huge crush on Karen. They say that she's the hottest thing to ever walk the earth. Even if she killed somebody, they don't care. She's hot. They say she's hot. They're in love with Karen. It's kind of like the woman that the killers and stuff. Oh, but he's hot. Koberger. Oh, he's so handsome though. That cold, empty stare. Oh, that just turns me on, girl. Yeah, she's smiling. She living her life. She going out partying, living it up. B Team says AJ is married and has a kid. Yeah, I heard that too. Explains. Well, I'll let the robot read it. Thank you for the 10 and the 5, man. Good morning. Are you B Tim from Queen Bee, by the way, or no? Was so mad at Procter and Higgins. You seemed way too. Yeah. Donnie, you have. That's true. Hey, some guys, they're really digging Karen. So
it explains why AJ might have been so mad at Procter and Higgins.
Oh, the Higgins thing.
He's too emotional when crossing those guys.
I mean, this could be. Let me tell you this. there's nobody that I've ever dated that would be okay with this. I'd catch some heat when if this shit came out, a picture or video like this, and then I go home after. There's no way. Look how the arm. See the arm around the waist and hips. That's kind of it's a little. I don't know what the right word is. It's like affectionate, but on a little bit of a deeper level. Like to wrap your arms around this person's hips, and then your genitalia is probably not against her buttocks. It's kind of intimate. It's close. It's literally body to body contact when you think about it. I don't know if he's pressed against her. He might be. It kind of looks like it. So he's literally, his front side is against her backside, and then he's cupping her like he's wrapped around her. They say it is fake. If it's fake, they did a really good video, because I can see maybe a picture, but like an audio too. They faked the audio too. I don't think it's fake. This looks like an iPhone live picture to me. Anybody that has iPhone knows. Oh, awesome. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm beaten for Queen Bee. Also, if Karen gets convicted, this would be a good way for her to appeal her conviction. Shit, I don't know. I've listened to you a few times on Queen Bee, and I like your commentary. You're like very reasonable, and yeah, I've heard. And they actually recommended me to you to talk about Karen Reed. So interesting thing. And I said earlier too, like shit, if I was out free but potentially facing time, maybe I would be out partying. I don't know. But at the same time, this is probably kind of like a slap in the face. It depends on your perspective on how you look at it, right? But I think the family believes she did it. So to the family, let's just say, you believe, your family member was killed by this person. Whether we have to find out what the verdict is, but let's just say you have that perspective that you think this person killed your family member, and then they're out partying and shit, living it up. Not only that, they're a local celebrity.
Yep, I am BTIM from Queen Bee. Also, if Karen gets convicted, will this be a good way for her to appeal her conviction?
I don't know if they can or not. Yeah. She for sure she's gonna file an appeal. Definitely, I think so. Will she get if she's found guilty? But will she get it? I don't know. But yeah, it seems kind of close. But remember too with what am I thinking of? Johnny Depp and that female attorney, Camila. I used to call her Caliente. At one point, it seemed people thought maybe they had a thing, but she's married. And she said that they just had they just kind of built this relationship type of thing, but they weren't hugged up like this outdoors, like outside the courtroom. They were kind of Johnny Depp and Camila. They were kind of smiling and giggling, and I don't think that was too crazy. People were kind of wondering. This one's like outside the courthouse and stuff. He might have a crush on her. Oh, Marie, interesting. I heard on News Nation that attorneys will do this type of thing to make their client relatable. If that's what this is, it's really overboard. Not right. I think it's a little too much. But I mean, ladies in the chat, would you be okay with this? Actually, there might be only one person I've ever dated. I'm not gonna talk bad about her, but there was one person I dated that just it seemed like I could do anything. She didn't care. She was just cool with whatever. I started testing the waters. Like, all right, so you really don't care? I'm just going to do whatever. But it turned out she did have some type of thing. She just really wasn't expressive about it, though. But I don't think, at least in my experience, most women I've ever dated, if I was ever hugged up on somebody like this, a female, business or not, this probably would not fly. I'm going to hear it. what are you doing and why? And blah, blah, blah. No. I'm going to start showing to the courtroom with you. Shit, if it was any, they'll show up to the courtroom with me, sitting next to me and shit now, watching everything I do now. Going to all my outings. That's Karen and Jackson. Action Jackson. Oh, look, they got the Reddit clock. So we're a few minutes off. I could add a little bit more time. According to Court TV, not Court TV, Law and Crime, it's 15 hours. Action Jackson. Say it ain't so. So Tammy says, I'm secure in my marriage, so I would be okay with this. My husband is a salesman. It doesn't bother me. We've been married for, 27 years. Whatever you guys are doing, you're doing something right. Damn. That's amazing. So, okay, we'll add a little bit of time to the clock. Let's see. Hopefully I don't mess this up. Start touching buttons. Open settings. So maybe 8 minutes. We're looking at. Ah! I'll just don't worry. I'll enter it all over again. That's fine. So let's start 15 hours, 900 minutes. And then we'll do let's just do 909. By the time I enter it in, it'll be close enough. 909. Yo, the debate last night, it was so funny. I was just cracking up. I won't talk too much about it because I know some people are not into that, but I think it was worth a watch. It was fun. It was fun. I thought CNN, I was surprised. I thought CNN actually did a good job. I was impressed. I think they did a good job hosting, and it seemed pretty fair. And yeah, it was fun. That's nice. That was cool. They're supposed to do another one. I got to figure out the date when the next one is. You don't think that's Jackson? All right, let's look at it again. Hold on. It looks like Jackson to me. Oh, maybe it's not. I don't know. Maybe it's a guy that kind of looks like him. Maybe it's a fan. It was mighty comfortable with her, too. I love you. The hair looks the same. I'm going to start reading some of the Twitter comments. Maybe his face is actually, it doesn't look like, maybe his face does look different. Maybe that's not Jackson. Action Jackson, huh? Maybe that's like a fan or something. Or a supporter. Have to look into this. Gotta look deeper into this. Some people say it looks video edited, looks suspicious. Oh no. Some people saying it's AI, the robots. Some people saying it's not him. We'll have to look up other commentary on it. Okay, hold on. Somebody tweeted 8 hours ago. I didn't retweet this. No, okay. The superimposed a Baldwin. They superimposed a Baldwin into Alan Jackson's face. What?
Joe is too old. Also watching two 80-year-old debating who golfs the best was funny.
Yeah, the golfing thing. Oh my god, that was so funny. When that moment happened, I said like I feel like these guys could go have a beer and hang out probably after all this shit's done, and finally play a game of golf. I'm not on camera yet. I gotta go finish getting ready. I just need a couple more minutes. I was supposed to get up like 10 minutes ago, but I just been here talking away. By the way, like I said earlier, today is supposed to be Alia Buaban's sentencing. I don't know if it's gonna be live streamed because the trial wasn't live streamed. It seemed like Cortez was just posting clips. But we got to keep an eye out for it because I really want to see that. That's the TikTok star that was super, really jealous, killed his wife. They were like separated. It was a very toxic relationship and kind of toxic on both ends, really. I feel like when you're in toxic shit, eventually both people become toxic. Like you're just, until somebody gets out, you just start getting muddy. Waters get dirty. But I mean, I think he was definitely like the worst one, honestly. But like, I don't know, it was just a mess. But anyway, he killed this wife, and the wife was like talking to this guy, which she says they were separated. She says they weren't together. And I don't know. So he set up a tablet on his daughter's tablet or some type of device. He installed Discord. Make sure you guys check us out on Discord. He installed Discord and leaves it like in voice chat, just playing the entire time. Like he joins the voice chat and he has the device recording the entire time. And so at one point he hears a guy come to the house and they're talking and chatting and laughing and he freaks out. Starts driving, hauling ass, brings his gun up, shows up in the place and just like pops them. Well, he actually, I think he popped the guy first because he wanted her to see the guy die. He wanted her to see it all, and then he shot and killed her. Oh, you know what, JP? I forgot. That's the thing, too. People were saying that the bracelet matches or something. And B. Tim said that as well. Let me see. Let me open it back up. I don't know. I don't see this guy wearing anything. Let's see the other.
Me
hands.
being the creep I am.
Oh, he's
I
wearing
zoomed
something.
in on AJ's bracelet and watch and
Oh,
compared. It's him.
Oh,
Or
the
it's at
bracelet.
Lee is his arms person shrugging light skin tone female sign person shrugging light skin tone female sign.
Yeah, he has a. I wonder if that's a match right there. Wait, we need a verdict today. I can't. I don't know if I can go into next week doing this. We need something today. Let me see if I can put something on, and then I'll go finish getting ready, and then jump on camera. Da 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 da. What can we do today? We got Alia Buaban, Young Thug, Young Thizzle. Damn, Dr. Disrespect catching heat. Catching heat. Dr. Disrespect. Some other person came out now and said he was trying to, do whatever. Mom locked up in prison after young daughter killed neighbor to defend her. Oh, wait a minute. I've never seen this. LaShawn Rogers died during a Memorial Day weekend celebration in Orlando, Florida in 2022. Rogers had gotten into an argument with Lucretia Isaac. According to the arrest affidavit, witnesses saw Isaac's 10-year-old daughter pull her mother's gun out of the backpack and shoot Rogers. Both mother and daughter were arrested. Wow. Isaac entered a no contest plea to culpable negligence charges and will spend the next 5 years in prison. Okay. What the? I'm going to listen to this on my phone and get ready. Maybe need like 5 minutes.
That little girl's a monster.
A
Oh,
Florida
shit.
mother is going to prison after her
He said that little girl is a monster. I wonder how kids get to that point of like, I know I gotta get up. I'll be here forever, but I guess that's from the parents or something. I mean, I guess that kid knew how to shoot. You know, I mean, to load the gun and cock it, and maybe it was already loaded, but maybe there was one in the chamber already.
That little girl's a monster.
A Florida
Oh,
mother
shit.
is going to prison after her 10-year-old
Florida.
daughter shot and killed the woman her mom was fighting with. We're going to take a deep dive into Lucretia Isaac's case, including body cam footage, the arrest affidavit, and what family members of the victim had to say at sentencing. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. I want you to picture this. Memorial Day weekend, 2022, Orlando, Florida. There are people in an apartment complex neighborhood. They're having a barbecue. One of the women manning the grill, LaShun Rogers, ends up getting into a verbal altercation with another woman named Lucretia Isaac. Now, reporting indicates that there was seemingly bad blood between them. This might have all been, by the way, over social media, of all things. So what happens? Well, the confrontation eventually turned physical, with both women apparently landing blows. And now it's not entirely clear whether the physical fighting was continuing or whether this had just reverted back to each throwing insults at one another. But what happens? Isaac's 10-year-old daughter allegedly took a handgun out of her mother's bag, aimed it at LaShun, and then fired a shot. In fact, the Orlando PD said witnesses had told them that this little girl loaded the magazine into the gun, loaded a round into the chamber, and then opened fire. Shot the gun. Crazy. EMTs, they rushed LaShun, who went by the nickname Bone, to a hospital, but she later died. According to the arrest affidavit, witnesses told police that, quote, after the first punch was thrown, the victim retaliated and punched Isaac. At this time, Tirado stepped in to break up the fight. Someone grabbed Rogers and they started walking back towards their apartment while both she and Isaac continued to verbally argue. The person could not hold on to the victim as she turned around in an attempt to re-engage Isaac. As she turned around, the person observed the child holding a black firearm and discharge 1 to 2 shots towards the victim. She immediately fell to the ground and someone attempted to tend to her gunshot wound. While the child was still holding the firearm, she yelled, "She shouldn't have hit my mama." According to witnesses, Isaac took the gun from her daughter, actually stood over LaShun's body with it, acting as if she was going to shoot her again. Instead, she and her daughter went inside their apartment. Now, when police got there, they treated Isaac as a barricaded subject. They cordoned off the scene with yellow crime scene tape as loved ones tried to comprehend what had just happened.
How you give that little girl that gun?
How you give your daughter a gun?
How you did that?
Yeah.
And she just, like it's nothing.
she
Just
just
shot
took
my
her
She should have hit my mama. Your mama hit her first. She did. She hit Bone first. Why would you give your daughter a gun? She just, that girl shot my, that girl cold-hearted. That little girl's a monster.
Eventually, multiple officers approached the apartment door. They asked for Isaac and her daughter to come out.
The Orlando Police Department, you're inside. Come out with your hands up. Do it now. The Orlando Police Department, if you're inside, come out with your hands up. Do it now.
After officers load Isaac and her daughter into different squad cars, other law enforcement, they stay behind to monitor the scene and they answer any questions they can from family members.
Okay, let me ask you something. Being that a little girl shot my sister, how they gonna charge that? How they go?
Ma'am, honestly, it's not up to me.
I know, but
It's
I'm
up to
saying,
the
how do they charge a case like that?
Well, due to her age,
It's gonna be hard.
it's going to be hard.
Yeah.
But
they
I mean,
charge-
she's still going to be.
Charged though.
But if she handed her the bag, and the little girl went in the bag,
And pulled the gun
if
out.
they're fighting,
Well, you guys need to be very specific when the detectives.
Well, I wasn't here. I was home.
Oh,
They called me.
okay.
But she was here. That's
But
why
I
I
would
asked
say-
her,
oh.
did you talk to the police? Because
Yeah.
they need to know this.
Yeah, because then they.
Then they can charge the mama.
Well, I mean, she gets charged with something for sure.
Yeah, she needs to be that girl. You know, I know that girl when she was a little girl. We all been living out. They all been living out for
Right,
years.
right.
I just moved out of here Because 3 years ago, my grandbaby got shot out. Thank the Lord she lived. She okay, she lived. So I moved out because I'm nervous and I'm scared. And then I get a call tonight. Bone dead. Bone dead. I was praying y'all ain't catch me coming from Americana because I hit 90 already. Then I see the police and now, you know, this gonna be the third niece. We just buried Buaban. Winter Garden. She just got killed not even 6 months ago. Has it been 6 months? It ain't been 6 months to shoot the girl that got shot up in Winter Garden.
This is a very terrible situation.
Hey, everybody, I just want to take a minute to thank the sponsor of this episode of Sidebar, Upside. So Upside is a free app that gets you cash back on daily essentials like gas, groceries, dining. Now, believe it or not, I do know how to pump my own gas. I don't know if that was controversial or not, but when I pump my own gas, you know what I can use? Upside. Why not get cash back when you fill up your tank, right? And yes, this is actual real cash back, no confusing rewards or points or credits, just actual money you can transfer straight to your bank account. So once you have the app, claim an offer for whatever you're buying on Upside. You pay as usual using a debit or credit card. You follow the steps on the app and you get paid. Now, as you just saw me do, you can use Upside at places like, I don't know, Shell, Exxon, Mobil, 7-Eleven, Sunoco, restaurants like Chipotle, Papa John's, Dairy Queen, Domino's, KFC, Taco Bell, and that's just to name a few. Now, to find out how much you could earn, click the link in the description to download Upside or scan the QR code on screen and use our promo code SIDEBAR, and you'll get an extra 25 cents back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. That's promo code SIDEBAR for an extra 25 cents back on your first gallon of gas. Now, from the time she's placed in the back of a police car until she's taken out of a holding room at the police station, Lucretia Isaac cycles between what seems to be panic and anger.
Tell my baby at, please.
She's right there. You've been seeing her this whole time.
I didn't see her, please.
I know, but I can't let you see her, but she's right there. All right? We're taking care of her. All right? Do you want the windows cracked, or are you getting enough air?
I just want to see my baby.
I can't do that right now, okay? But do you have enough AC? Do you want it higher, lower?
Hey, just put it lower, please.
Lower? Okay. I can't let you see her right now. Huh?
Is she alright?
Yeah, she's alright. We're letting her have some water and all that. She's not even in handcuffs, okay? She's just sitting back there. We're making sure she's okay. If you look, we're checking up on her every 5 minutes, okay? She's okay, all right?
She got our attorney. Don't say my child. It's on camera. Don't say my child unless
Nobody's talking
attorney.
to your child.
Okay, I'm telling you that. I'm telling you that before y'all even try to talk to her.
Okay.
Don't say my child unless she got an attorney.
We have not said
Okay,
anything.
I know you ain't saying no yet.
Okay.
Don't say my child unless you got an attorney. I know the law. Y'all better not say my child, period.
Do you need to use the restroom?
No, I don't.
Sit down.
Make me sit down.
Okay.
Okay, make me sit down. I want some covers. I'm cold.
We are
Make me
working
covers.
on it. So
Nah,
sit down.
he just say, oh yeah, they gave me my daughter. Like so,
Sweetheart.
y'all.
Let me get a
Like y'all, cause y'all really like being nasty to me, and I'm not even being nasty, to y'all, bro. Like for real.
What can we do to make you relax for a second?
All I want to do is get some covers and speak to the people that's investigating the little situation.
Okay.
My daughter been gone away from me for 2 months. I mean, like 2 hours, like
So
for real.
Do me a favor. Take a seat.
I will, like you know.
Let me go get everything, but you knocking and hooting and hollering.
But they like that man just told me.
I have a second.
Oh
to talk.
yeah, him. Like
Okay.
he just.
Let me have a second to talk.
Me type of
Let me have a second to talk. Take a seat. I'll go get you a blanket. We'll work on the rest of it, but I need a few minutes. I can't just have you keep knocking and hooting and hollering.
That's fine.
And guess what?
Because that's what
then
I'm
I
doing.
gotta pull everybody up over here to deal with this.
And that's fine. Because I'm about all this dealing with me type of. Oh yeah, that's what y'all want. I'll give it to y'all.
Please.
Like
so I
for
can go
real.
deal with all this.
I will
Thank you.
give it to y'all. Thank you.
All right, go take a seat.
Go ahead and get what I told you to get done.
Hello. I'm Officer Walls with the Atlanta Police Department, okay? Were you aware that you're going to be placed under arrest and transported to Orange County?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
What's my charges?
I have to get the paperwork for it. I forgot already, but I have the form for you. I'll be able to explain that for you, okay? Are you able to stand up for me? And then just put your hands behind your back, palm together. I'm not investigating anything on that. I'm simply transporting you.
Right now, she's with the Child Protective Services. Right now, no. They will reach out and make contact with family.
So is she being charged with something, or is she just?
I don't know, hon. I'm not. Like I said, I explained earlier. I'm just here helping out. Sorry. The CPT is basically it's like a DCF thing. So as soon as they're done there, she'll be able to call and they'll be able to get a hold of
anybody's number, so that's why.
You'll be able to get a hold of family. Okay, DCF, they have access to everything, just like everybody else does. All right. So before you get in his car, I gotta pat you down real quick. All right.
Now, according to the 10-year-old, LaShun allegedly hit Isaac with some sort of object, possibly a rock that cut Isaac's head. The arrest affidavit states, quote, she heard Rogers say she will bring her family to jump Isaac. When the child heard this, she said she became angry due to having anger issues. Now, despite witnesses saying the child took the gun out of her mother's backpack or her mother's bag, the child told detectives that her mom's friend was there too, and she was the one with the gun. Quote, the child said she pulled the firearm away from Isaac's friend and aimed it above the victim's head. She stated she shot one time and saw the victim fall down. The child knew she struck the victim in the head, and she states she was aware the victim was deceased after the shooting. According to the child, she shot above her mother's head because she was in fear of Isaac being hit. After the shooting, Isaac's friend took the firearm from her, then ran away from the area. The child denied the firearm being inside her residence. Isaac herself has refused to answer any questions, but investigators didn't see any kind of cuts or injuries on her. They also asked if she had any injuries, and Isaac said no. Over the next few days, officers spoke with more witnesses. One person not only saw what happened, but also seemed to have taken a video on her phone.
Just the mom. Right. Okay, they argued. So some lady would, I think she had a red shirt, black. She was like moving, so the daughter was like in the back, like doing like this, unzipping it, and the lady kept moving. So then, like, she put the thing in.
Into the bottom of the gun? So the magazine?
Yeah. She got it from her mama, she caught it back, and she shot both bullets, fell on the front, hit her
So
head.
she actually manipulated the firearm to load the firearm and get the firearm ready to fire, is what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, and then once she did that, she stepped in front of her mother?
Yeah, her mama, this the girl.
How long was she standing in front of her mother pointing the gun at Bone before she fired? Approximately.
Like a little minute. Like, they were still arguing when she put the thing in.
So we're talking, it wasn't like she loaded the gun and then she, pow, she loaded the gun.
Like, she waited for a little minute.
And then she was standing here like this?
She waited for a little minute.
And then she fired?
Then she fired, yeah.
So she was standing there aiming at this woman the whole time for a little minute.
And Bone was still arguing. Then when Bone, like,
she's still pointing the gun at her?
Yeah, then when Bone kind of realized it was it, like the gun, she stopped talking. It was too late, like, she couldn't do nothing.
When she had that gun up, did the mom?
No, the mom was just standing right there. Just standing right there.
So she's standing there for a little minute pointing the gun at this woman and the mother.
Just standing right there.
Just standing right there.
Just standing right there, still arguing, trying to argue.
The video that you shot on your, that was on your phone, the video that you shot, did you start videotaping a little bit after the girl was pointing the gun at her?
No, it was before, because I thought it was for the fight, because it looked like it was for the fight, so I don't know, like, I just recorded. I was just recording. I didn't know she was going to shoot nothing.
Right.
So now you fast forward to May of 2024, 2 years later. Lucretia Isaac entered a plea of no contest on the charges of manslaughter and culpable negligence by storing or leaving a loaded firearm within reach of a minor. She had faced a possible 15-year prison sentence, but took a plea deal that was offered by prosecutors, and Isaac was sentenced officially on June 21st.
As to count one, the court will adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 5 years in the Department of Corrections, followed by 3 years of probation, and you are to undertake a 4-hour parenting class as a condition of probation.
Isaac teared up as LaShun's family members gave their victim impact statements.
I don't care the amount of years that was given or could have been given. Time could never replace what was taken from us. Cretia, my whole world just fell apart when you and your daughter committed this senseless act. God is the final judge.
Outside the courthouse, more family members spoke with local media outlets saying they're not happy with this 5-year sentence.
So hold on. All right. I'll listen a little bit. So who got 5 years? Mama got 5 years? And how much did the daughter get? Can you even, how do you even charge? She was 10?
Senseless or could have been.
Passes a guilty, sentence you to,
but took June 21st.
As to count 1, the court will adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 5 years in the Department of Corrections, followed by 3 years of probation, and you are to undertake a 4-hour corrections. The court will adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 5 years in the Department of Corrections, followed by 3 years of probation, and you are to undertake a 4-hour parenting class as a condition.
And a little parenting class as well, on top of it.
Of probation.
Isaac teared up as LaShun's family members gave their victim impact statements.
I don't care the amount of years that was given or could have been given. Time could never replace what was taken from us. Creisha, my whole world just fell apart when you and your daughter committed this senseless act. God is the final judge.
Outside the courthouse, more family members spoke with local media outlets saying they're not happy with this 5-year sentence.
No justice.
Is the daughter getting charged at all?
Nothing being done. Nothing.
5 years.
5 years. That's it.
That's it?
To take a life.
And as for Isaac's daughter, who is now 12 years old, she is still reportedly in juvenile detention. But the state attorney's office...
That is crazy the way this world works. I don't know. I mean, I guess... So this mother was arguing with another neighbor. What was the reports? I thought I heard that she actually did the first punch, whatever. And then the daughter goes and gets the gun from mama's purse and shoots the lady. Imagine you'd get killed arguing with somebody and they, all right, we'll do it 5 years. That's the year. Yo, no, yeah, it was 5 years. What? I guess it's kind of difficult, the situation, but will this encourage other people? You know what? I hate this bitch. I don't want to catch a case, so I'm going to have my child kill this person. So we do a little bit of time. She'll get some juvie and I get 5 years. Fuck it. Is this going to encourage other people to do crime like this? Wow.
Said they wouldn't comment on a case involving a minor. That's all we have for you right now here on Side.
Why would you give your daughter a gun? She just, that girl shot me, that girl cold-hearted. That little girl's a monster.
That little girl's a monster. Wow. That little girl's a monster. Bombaras, this evil, cold-hearted girl, a monster. Rasclot. And then as a child, I mean, I don't know. Your life has probably changed, right? You shot and killed somebody. How do you even process that? I don't know. Rasclot. Bombaras. British Chippy says, did you see the police activity released the body cams that led up to the killing of 2 officers in Connecticut? 1 officer survived and nailed the perp from distance with 1 shot. I haven't seen that. Mandy, thank you for the 19 months. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I watched the debate on Newsmax because I was booted from the stage because it was maxed out of. Oh, you were? Really? Damn, I don't know what's up with this. I guess next time we'll just stream it on the second page because I see these other YouTubers. It looks like they didn't get striked, so we don't have to deal with that. Ooh. Damn. See that? Oh shit. Somebody on Twitter says, or Masshole Mafia, I'm being accused by the Free Karen Read people of photoshopping. This is 100. All right, let's take a look at this together. Let me not just have it on the side. Let's look at it together. Let's examine it. Go through the details. So let me zoom in a little bit. I'm being accused by the Free Karen Read people of photoshopping this 100% real. That's what I said. The live photo, I could tell from this video, it's a live photo. Now, is that actually Jackson? I don't know. Maybe that's questionable, but I don't believe there was like some AI deepfake that was done. Okay, so an Associated stills from the live photo of Karen Reed and her attorney clearly being intimate in front of the bar last night. Wrong. Please note the group photo posted by someone else of them dining on the north end earlier in the evening. The same clothes, same shitty hairline on Jackson. It's real. They're most likely effing. Oh, hell no. Oh, wait, hold on. The entire defense team is beyond unethical. Someone send this to AJ's wife. Stat. This is real. Okay, so is this earlier? Oh, okay. It does look like the same hairstyle and the same clothes. But let's check it out. Oh, it's the same clothes. Hoax, you still here? Or you dipped out? Hoax still here? It's the same clothes. Oh, he's still here. To me, it does look like the same clothes from earlier that day. The jeans, the little shirt. Yes, it's the same body type, structure, everything. Oh, hell no. Yeah. I feel more confident. I heard about this yesterday and I didn't tweet it because I don't know what I was. Oh, we were doing the debate last night. I really sometimes I shut off Twitter. I turn off the notifications on my phone. I'll tweet and let shit blow up, and people argue and call me all kinds of shit. I'll disappear and come back the next day. So I didn't really. I tweeted a few things. A few things yesterday, and then I dipped out. But this morning is when I'm really looking at this. So comparing this to the earlier photo that day, it does look like him. That's Jackson right there with the same type of shirt, the arms, the jeans. Huh. There you go. I mean, unless there was some other dude wearing the same clothes.
Trial. Thank you for everything. See you sooner on a chase.
Thank you so much.
Keep the wig on randomly,
Cynthia.
Please. Hugs.
Cynthia, thank you so much. I appreciate the 20. Thank you. What do you guys think in the chat? Let me see what you guys are saying. I think it's him. I think it's him. I got to retweet this. Yeah. I'm going to save this photo and we're going to zoom in. I mean, the only thing that trips me out a little bit is his face looks almost different. I have to say that. The face looks almost kind of different, but I mean, he's literally wearing the same clothes. I mean, that's the only thing is the face. Well, I don't know what's up with this dude's face right now. It almost looks like somebody else. It's the face that's throwing me off. But even the biceps and his arms looks the same. Wearing the same shirt, the same jeans. I mean, if this, this little brush here wasn't blocking his shoes, we'd confirm his shoes if we could. What y'all think in the chat? Check public chat on Discord. All right, let's see. That's so funny. I shouldn't have probably even looked here. I'm catching up from yesterday. Okay. Okay, so all right, GG, let's see. I don't think it's either of them. You don't even think it's Karen? That's Karen. You think it's somebody else? Hold on. Okay. Come on, y'all tripping now. There's different faces. There are different faces. Hairlines don't. That's all right. I'm gonna show everybody what you're saying so to get that point of view out. But I definitely think that's Karen. I don't think there's been any disagreement about that's Karen. Okay, so I don't think either of them. I don't think it's either of them. Bro. That's Karen. No? These are different faces. Hairline doesn't match. Shit. I don't know. Well, Maggie says he's not wearing anything special. Black shirt, black jeans. No, it's not about wearing anything special. It's about him literally wearing that same outfit earlier that day. Right? Literally. He's literally, I mean, look, he's literally sitting, the same exact outfit. Look at his bicep. Jackson's he's in shape. He got a little bit of, not just bicep, but I think the back part is tricep. I don't know what they call the back part of that shit. Where all the fat is in my arm right now. I don't know, whatever. He's in shape. He has the same arms and build and hairstyle and hairline. And these people barely got hairlines, but the hairline as the person in the video. It's amazing he even has hair because a lot of these guys, they're losing their heads in their 20s. Their hairline, they're getting bald in their 20s. But I think that's him. Triceps, right? Triceps? Okay. Look at Karen's shoulders. He puts the heads on other people. Look at the Karen shoulders. Okay. My hairline so far is pretty decent. My father, before he did what he did, he had a great head of hair, so I'm really lucky. There's one of my friends, there was this YouTube guy I used to talk to back in the day before he got canceled. He got canceled, and somehow he emerged back even stronger than he did before. But Predator Poachers, Alex Rosen, he's fucking wild. I had him on my channel back in the day when he was really smaller, and he's balding. Kind of hungry. Hambone, thank you for the 17 months. Says everyone needs to take a deep breath today. Happy Friday. Thanks for everything you're doing. I appreciate you. Thank you, Hambone. Thank you for the 17 months. Yo, oh my God. You guys, I mean, oh, I didn't realize that too. Avis, thank you for gifting 5 memberships. How did I miss that? Thank you so much. Yo, the members, you guys really hold me down, seriously, because I don't know how was it like a week or two into this trial? I said, I can't cover this shit. I was like, I'm done.
Look at Karen's shoulders. He put the heads on other people.
I was going to cancel this trial because it's the lowest viewed trial that I've ever covered. But the members held me down, and the people that regularly watch held me down. I feel like because I've built this, I feel like I've somewhat built this audience that's interested in like chases and standoffs and like all this crazy shit that like, I mean, I've talked to a couple of friends about this. Some people just don't have the time to like 8-hour stream, you know, but some people are working and they listen to the stream. My last job that I had, I could listen to streams. As long as I'm working, I could listen to a stream, you know. You're praying mantis? Who needs hair when you have wigs, right? Yeah, there's so many alternatives. All right, there's some conversation on Discord. You know what? Excuse me. Might be a good opportunity to simplify Discord. Ooh. We'll see. I'm going to think about it. All right. Let me see what else is going on Twitter. The world of Twitter. I'm telling you, I didn't even like Twitter back in the day. I couldn't stand Twitter back in the day. And now I'm enthralled in Twitter. So, what's her name? The forehead matches AJ. Ash says. GG, thank you for the 4 months. Says it's not them and AJ is having a picture taken. It's not them and AJ is having a picture taken. How can you be in two different places? I saw somebody on Twitter post. Hold on, let me see what's this.
I'd be like, get that the fuck off of there.
Let's see what's going on here.
Yeah, facts. Like, nope.
I'd be like, what? Why is child molestation right under me and not under this lady on the side? Or in the middle?
Even chomos are entitled to a defense. And I would like a competent defense so when the mofos go to prison, everybody knows it wasn't a setup. But that doesn't mean you need to roll around and gleefully celebrate that your stock and trade is getting rapists and chomos off.
Yeah, no,
what a
absolutely
disgusting
not.
average.
Like,
yeah, I mean, but the thing is like, this is the type. So this is the guy who's so outraged with Proctor, what he said in his private text. But meanwhile, this guy is like calling, questioning like a boy with the Kevin Spacey, like harshly, accusing the women of being sluts for, being sluts to fucking Weinstein with their rape allegations. And this is the guy who's going to be the moral.
So okay, so here's the thing. Action Jackson, he represented Harvey Weinstein, and I don't know who else. I think they've called out other whatever, and so and I guess on their webpage, they're like, "Hey, we'll cover if you have a child molestation case, we'll cover you." It is true that everybody deserves the defense. Everybody has, innocent until proven guilty. And there has been people that are falsely accused, for sure. I guess it's just kind of funny to see these guys, and that's, I don't know, the thing under their name.
Arbitrator of what's good and right over Proctor. Give me a break. But now I know why he was so angry. Because he might, you know what I mean? He might have been a little bit too friendly, Miss Karen.
Oh, shit.
truth and lots of really disgusting human beings and bad behavior. So I have a lot of respect for you.
Oh, I can't believe this guy. I'm just like, now it makes all sense. It just completely makes sense now. His like how angry he was when crossing Higgins.
Yeah, that is the first thing that popped into my head, and I'm like, no wonder he was so fucking angry. He's like, don't you fuck with my bitch. Don't fuck with my bitch before you get the pimp hand strong, motherfuckers. Like,
that was lame. We have to keep you from your own show.
From my own show. Like, that's what it was. Just powder him up. Just powder up Jackson, bro. Like, he's not dealing with this.
Well, all right. So that's Twisted Tragedies. Nice person. I don't really know them much. We DM'd the other day a little bit. We had a nice conversation. With this case, what I've heard from different people, the verdict clock. What are you talking about? The verdict clock. What's wrong with the verdict clock? 15:51. We're almost 30 seconds off The verdict clock is paused. How? I see it moving. What? Am I tripping? They paused the verdict clock. Where? Maybe. Okay, let me check. Court TV, maybe? Pause. My eyes, unless I'm tripping, shows me that the verdict clock is moving as well as ours. And there's not much of a difference. So I'm not sure what I'm missing. What? What? Okay, yeah, I don't know. It was paused? Okay. Maybe it was. Let's see what else. I like this panel.
I'm sorry, but like that's some disgusting shit to say.
Yeah, and Jackson argued that the women have recast themselves as victims because they want to be part of the popular movement.
Whoa.
But he urged the jury to focus on what the women said or didn't say at the time of the alleged assaults. Quote, regret is not the same as rape, end quote, Jackson argued. Jackson went through each.
The whole regret is not the same as rape. I don't know if this is cancelable, but I think it's true. I mean, if you consensually agree to have sex with somebody and then the next day you feel bad you had sex, that's not rape. With that part, I just should have had sex. I've regretted too the next day. I didn't think like this chick raped me. If you're unconscious or you say no or whatever, okay, that's one thing. But like, if you consensually agree and then the next day you're like, damn, my God, I can't believe I did that shit. That's not rape, in my opinion. Why would that be considered rape? I don't know. I've had regrettable in my life. I feel like everybody probably has, like, God damn, what the hell was I thinking? Oh my God. Like, why did I do that? Ugh. Okay, breaking. The Commonwealth have released their own version of Alan Jackson and Reed video. Is that for real? Is that really breaking? Hey. Action Jackson. Good morning, Mustard Mama. My daughter's friends had friends over a B-day sleepover. Sleepover. All right. Let's see what else is going on. Online. I might have to warm up some eggs. I have some food ready to go. Karen Reed. It was kind of funny. It's TJ Talk says, how's long till I have to stop looking at this? The rotating fan, because on some pages, I think it's Court TV. All it is just this fan turning. And somebody yesterday was like, damn, is that the only fan they have in the courtroom? And when Auntie Bev threatens to cut it off, that's the only fan they're cutting off. 1 hour ago. Good morning, says Ted Daniel. Today's the fourth day of jury deliberations on Friday before the 4th of July week. Judge said jury can set their own timetable for leaving early, staying late. Defense is getting dropped off on the left side of the courthouse and going straight in with police escort. They got a whole entourage. Okay. All right. 16 hours. Is this good or is this bad? I don't know. What does it mean? Are they arguing in the deliberation room? Is there a disagreement? Like I said, when I did jury duty on that month-long case, like I've said, all it takes is one person. I don't know if it's multiple people or half of the people or it's just one person. I was on a case where it was just one person holding it up. And we even went to the judge and we're like, you know what? F it. We can't come up with a verdict because somebody's not agreeing. And the judge begged us, like, please go back, figure it out. You can please just try again. And when we went back, that's when we got this lady to kind of like agree with us. Yeah. Heard from the media the jury was more dressed up today than other days. Okay. All right. I hope we get a verdict. I hope we can put an end to this. Whether she's guilty or not guilty. So we can move on with life. You know? Hey Mo, tag you on Twitter. Okay. I've gone to war with people on Twitter. And these people come to my page. I don't go to their page. Some of these YouTubers are like upset with me now and they're pissed and shit. They're angry, cursing me, calling me all kinds of shit. They came to my page. I didn't go to them looking for them. Like, they keep coming and talking shit on my page. So, yeah. I guess they're upset because I went off and I cursed some of these people out. But, like, if you're coming at me, yeah, I might say some shit to you. It's Twitter. You coming on my... I don't go to their page looking for them, whatever. For the most part, I don't. They came to my page, started leaving all these comments and stuff. And so, yeah, I reply. But when I reply, oh, man, how could you? No, man, I can't believe you said that. Why? They say all kinds of shit to me for like years. I literally have a lawsuit because of one of these motherfuckers. Yeah. No, man. Bro. Oh, Matt, that's kind of funny. I didn't get the joke when they said this. So, okay, all right, this is funny. Breaking the Commonwealth released their own version of the Alan Jackson Karen Reed video. This was actually funny. And Matt, thank you for I didn't realize it. They reversed the video. They inverted it. That's funny. That's a good post. Okay. All right, let's see what else. Yeah, I mean, sometimes I do that. I don't like to do it, but sometimes I curse people out or whatever. I mean, it happens. It's Twitter. I don't think it's like the end of the world, but some people are like, oh my God, you're so professional. How could you? There was some YouTuber that I don't like either. I think it was a couple weeks ago that I mean, I won't get into much details, but he was like, co-signing the insanity of another YouTuber falsely accusing me of shit. The reason I'm in a lawsuit. And that one YouTuber that is I'm in a lawsuit with went off on this other YouTuber, and this YouTuber like apologized. Bro, like you cursed me out, I'm just like F you too. Like I'm not gonna this guy, he's like, oh, I'm a fan of you, and my son's a fan of you, and I'm sorry, and all this stuff. So I told that guy, like, get up off his hands and knees and stop, like, you know what I'm saying? Clean your face off when you get back up. Oh, he made a post. He was upset. Oh, I'm like, why? You've been talking shit about it. He's been sending subliminals towards me for like a year. All right? I've seen it because people send it to me. I don't watch the guy's thing. The people send it to me. He'll put my name on the screen or my face on the screen. For a year long, he's been sending subs at me. So I finally reply to his ass directly under a video and tell him that. And now it's a travesty. God forbid I say something. It's a travesty. I don't know. Mayor heard about this case, Boston police, of Michael Cox, who was horribly beaten by other cops because he didn't know he was undercover. I haven't heard about that. Let me see. Alia, Buaban. Nothing? Nothing yet. Or TV music. I wonder if we should do another poll. An updated poll. Oh, really, Marie? Interesting. I think some people on the outside see me reply to somebody and they think, oh, it's just that moment in time. No, this dude has been literally talking shit about me for like a year or 2 years, and I finally replied to that guy. And because of the nature that I replied to him, people are like upset and offended. Oh, I never liked it, Kid Mel. Why he's so mean? He's abusive. But these motherfuckers been abusing me for like 2 years, according to their terminology. Yeah, I said something. All right. What else do we got? The debate last night. Jaw-dropping Bill O'Reilly. Geraldo Rivera react to Trump. All right, let's see what this is.
World II cemetery, World War I cemetery he refused to go to. He was standing with his four-star general, and he told me, he said, I don't want to go in there because they're a bunch of losers and suckers. My son was not a loser, was not a sucker. You're the sucker. You're the loser. He made up this.
Bro, I'm flashing back to last night. Yeah, Biden was snapping back.
Suckers and losers, so he should apologize to me right now.
One of the many moments of contention in today's debate. But if you're watching this debate and you're trying to figure out what are people going to say, what are they going to think? Two of the first people I'd want to hear from, Bill O'Reilly and Geraldo Rivera, in addition to Chris Cuomo. All right. Bill O'Reilly, before the break, Chris Cuomo said the only thing we know for certain is that O'Reilly's going to say he was right
Really,
about
Heather?
something. Bill, what do you make of it?
This guy, I mean, Bill O'Reilly is a OG, whether you like him or not. He's been in the game for a long time, and so is Geraldo Rivera. Like, I mean, I don't know much. I just know the guy's an OG, Geraldo.
All right, Abrams, you just lost all credibility by saying that Cuomo is on the level of me and Rivera. Okay, I mean, your whole career is down a drain. I liked the debate. I liked it. All right, I wasn't boring. That's my only litmus test. I liked the debate. I'm going to give you some facts that maybe people don't know. So that's what I do. So Biden and Trump hate each other personally, loathe each other. No opening handshake, no closing handshake, very little eye contact. All right. In the first 40 seconds, Biden says he created 15,000 jobs. He meant 15 million jobs. So right away, I knew, as a professional who has debated thousands of people myself, that Biden was off his game. 12 minutes in, he melts down totally, the president. He starts to babble. He doesn't know what he's saying. He loses his train of thought. That soundbite will...
You got Chris Cuomo there, too, sitting there.
...will be run
Oh, my God. He said that with Chris Cuomo in the studio.
1,000 times between now and Monday. And that is what sticks in people's minds. The turning point of the debate was Trump absolutely pounding Biden on the border and the violence against the young women. Biden had no response. Trump could have been worse. He could have said to President Biden, you didn't call any of the families, which is true. And Trump called them all. The fact check on News Nation was wrong. I'm sorry to say it. But I wrote a book.
Yo, he's calling out News Nation as well. Okay.
The United States of Trump, and the good persons on both sides remark was made in the context of taking down Confederate statues. That is the truth. I also talked to John Bolton, who despises Donald Trump, who was in the room when the alleged suckers comment was made overseas, and Bolton said it never happened. And I'll give you one more fact. David Axelrod on CNN said 10 minutes after the debate ended that Biden should not continue. He mumbled it, but if Axelrod is putting that out there, that's what you're going to hear for the next 5 days.
Yeah.
So let's let Geraldo tell me how desperately wrong I am on everything.
I'm not sure he's going to tell you're that wrong. Geraldo.
Let's hear the
Hi,
other side.
Dan.
Go ahead.
Hi, Elizabeth. Elizabeth, I thought that your fact checking was excellent. Chris, I like
Thank
your
you.
wardrobe. Great improvement for this big night. I think that O'Reilly, because he needs to elaborate on various things, is burying the lead. When President Biden stumbled, then totally lost his train of thought and almost dropped his head in resignation, only to be saved by the
moderator,
by, Jake Tapper,
Yes.
asking the follow-up question of President Trump. That was a moment where I said, "Oh my God, has he had a stroke? What
Oh
has
my
happened?"
God.
Yeah.
Yo,
It
Geraldo.
was so dramatic. It was jaw-dropping.
Jesus.
And I felt so badly for our president. I wanted to hug him. Why didn't someone bring him a glass of water? Didn't they have any water there? Why was that microphone 6 miles away from his mumbling mouth, his stumbling, mumbling?
No, this is brutal.
I mean, he did rally at times. He did show the true grit that we love. He did, especially speaking about his son, of course, and calling out Trump as a liar. I think that what happened here cannot be minimized. I don't
agree.
care what party you are, but I'm 81 years old. In 4 years, I'm going to be in a basket someplace.
Would
He's
you
8
stop,
months older
Geraldo?
than I
That
am.
is stop. First of all, that's not true. Number one, but more
No,
importantly,
thank you.
you two are 81, and Geraldo, you're making forcefully your position known here.
Elizabeth, it's true.
You know, I don't know. There's just no
You
way to
always
gloss
have the
over
basket.
this.
It's true.
Yeah.
Thanks for watching. Go to
Yeah, if you missed last night, it was fun, man. Whatever side you're on, I think it was really interesting. People had a lot of, I don't know. At least us on Discord, we had fun. It was for the most part. Bill O'Reilly. Okay. Bill O'Reilly did that interview. One of the, I guess infamous or famous. I don't know. With Cameron.
Thanks for staying with us. I'm Bill O'Reilly in the Impact segment tonight. Last week, the principal of John Reynolds Elementary School in Philadelphia, Salome Thomas L., told us he believes gangster rap music is extremely harmful to his inner city students. So we decided to get Grammy-nominated Cameron, who raps
Legendary
about
clip.
pimping and bitches, and among other things, and
pimping and bitches.
Rap producer Damon Dash, a co-founder of Rockefeller Records, together with Mr. Thomas L., who joins us now from Philly. And here they all are. Now we're going to have a nice, intelligent discussion here, gentlemen, and I'm going to moderate this discussion.
Pimping and bitches. Pimping and bitches.
You got it in your record Purple Haze right here. But anyway, let Mr. Thomas L. direct his questions, and then you guys can answer, and you can ask him questions or whatever you want. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, good evening, gentlemen.
Hey, how are you?
Good. I'm a big fan of yours. I grew up on hip-hop.
Thank you,
I'm a little older, so, you know, I was a Run DMC fan, KRS-One.
Yes, sir.
But I'm always promoting the positive of rap. I mean, Jay-Z's an excellent example of someone who's hasn't started his own label, who's an entrepreneur. So always promoting that with my young people. But I spoke to some students today in preparation for our conversation tonight, and they were just so excited about the fact that I will be conversating with you guys, but also began to talk about the impact of the rap business on our young people. And many of them talked about how they understand that it's to sell records and it's for promotion, but there are many young people who are affected by the lyrics, by the example, the videos. They talked about how Ludacris, many of them knew about a video that Ludacris has where there are strippers and lap dances and those kinds of things, and these are 11, 12, 13-year-old students who are very aware of what goes on. And I was just wondering what your thoughts were on whether you thought you really had an impact on the lives of young people and whether you thought it was negative or positive.
Cameron, why don't you go ahead?
At the end of the day, yeah, you got an influence on it, but so do movies. Like with me, I'm just an author. So what I do is I write what goes on in the ghetto. I'm not a liar. So if what I tell you goes on in my album, that's what goes on in the streets of Harlem. Now I'm like a reporter. You look at the news, you don't get mad at the person reporting the news.
Ooh.
A lot of influence, I think, go to movies. A lot of people look at the movies and then they react. The kids that killed them kids and where was that thing? Like Columbine. Yeah, you feel what I'm saying? I don't think they were listening to rap at all. I think that was more like a Marilyn Manson jump off.
Oh, hell no.
What if
it's so hard to say. I mean, I grew up listening to a variety of music. My stepbrother at the time got me into like hip hop back in the day, Jay-Z, Foxy Brown, DMX, like the old school shit. I never thought to go out and do violence. Now, people that are maybe in bad situations, maybe in their neighborhoods and stuff, certain projects, maybe they hear this music, it encourages. And music is a powerful thing, but it's also hard to blame just blame music, sometimes they go for video games, blame the video games, blame the movies. It's just, I don't know. But this interview was legendary back in the day. This was posted. This is not the original post, but this was 18 years ago. Like, this is OG-ish. I love the MX. He was really good. I love his old stuff. Foxy Brown was dope as hell, too, back in the day. I like some of her old music.
What if an 11-year-old kid imitates you, Cameron? What if he uses four-letter words and he develops a lifestyle based upon the street? He gets tattooed. He gets all this.
Okay.
Let me just say, and then you can jump in. Do you feel badly about that?
No, I don't.
Oh.
Can I maybe interject? If a 11-year-old were to imitate Cameron, what they would be doing is becoming the CEO of their own company, controlling their own destiny, taking a bad situation and making it good. He has a record company.
Bruce Deuce. That's true. Bruce Deuce said, "Stop it, Mel. Look at the war in Jacksonville. Jacksonville is a mess." That's true. That is true. I watched a documentary, and it's like rap, but also like gang stuff. And recently, like the other day, Foolio was murdered I think at his own birthday party. If you look up Jacksonville gang war, there's multiple documentaries. You can see it on Google. Young and Ace, the guy Foolio was killed, but Foolio allegedly killed multiple people as well. And they're both making music and rap music, and they're literally like talking shit about the dead people. And some of these people will literally go to somebody attending a funeral, they go shoot up the funeral. They go shoot up, just like in this case with Foolio, a birthday party. So I feel it's weird because I feel bad to see this guy's dead. I saw some of his music. I know his stuff was just demonic, like just fucking not good. I mean, he literally rap about the people that are on his ops that are deceased. Foolio, see you when I see you. He literally, I thought he had a song about rapping about somebody getting killed on their birthday, and then he got killed on his birthday. Yeah, there's a lot of violence that comes with it. I guess there's a difference between people that are just listening, chilling, whatever, versus people that are living that life and living in certain places that's their reality. I feel like music and alcohol hypes people up to do things that they would never probably do.
He sold a lot of records. He's acted in movies. I feel like he's a positive. He has a cologne.
I have a clothing line.
He's an entrepreneur.
You know what I'm talking about, David.
Well, no, he's an entrepreneur by his own right.
If you have a child who is unsupervised and then Mr. Thomas L. has to try to teach,
right,
and he's using 4-letter words inappropriately, he's dressing inappropriately, he doesn't have value of education, then that kid's in trouble.
Who's to say what's inappropriate as far as dressing goes? But on another level,
But I also feel like, too, it's at some level, too, it's up to parents. But at a certain point, I have a 7-year-old. But so, like, I can, like, yo, you're not going to go do that. You're not going to do that. But I don't know, like, social media, it's even hard to control. You know, you give them a tablet or a phone. You can put family settings, but they find a way to work around it. And then I don't even know. I can't imagine what it's like dealing with a teenager, you know? I was watching Ozarks. Like I said, I've been watching Ozarks, and there's this girl on there, which maybe rightfully so. Her family's involved in like the cartel and money laundering and all this stuff. But at the same time, what I saw was this little spoiled, entitled brat, smokes weed all day, doesn't have a job. She just sits around all fucking day complaining and bitching. So I was like screaming at the TV watching the show. I'm like, you know what? You want to go get emancipated. Get out of here. Kick her out of that. I mean, I probably couldn't do that for my daughter, but I'm watching it, seeing this family go through this. All right, go pay your own bills. Less money I got to pay for your shit. Get out of here. Her name, I think in the show, her name is Charlotte. Get out of here. And then she goes living on her own, doing her own thing, but then she still want to come back. Oh, can I sleep over? Oh, can you do this? No, I thought you were getting emancipated. She even got a whole lawyer. She got a whole lawyer and try to threaten her family with a lawyer. I was like, all right, go get emancipated, go pay your own bills. Go pay your, oh yeah, I forgot that video was on Discord. Can I find it? Is it long? Like I have to scroll out, let me see. The GF caught part of my reaction. The whole reaction was so funny, but I'm just watching this little spoiled brat complaining. No, I don't want, no, I'm gonna get mad. I got a lawyer. Get the fuck out. That's what I was saying. Get out of here. Here's part of my reaction. Let me show you this. No, Daddy, no. I just want to smoke weed all day and complain. She's a troublemaker too, snitching and telling everybody of the family business. Fucking sitting around smoking weed all day, don't work, don't do shit. Fuck out of here.
Why didn't you talk to her lawyer? I told you that would make things worse, didn't I?
Somebody had to do something.
Mom and Dad argue.
Cross our fingers and wish it away.
I did do something. I talked to her.
Oh, well, clearly it did a whole lot of good.
Because you undermined me, Wendy.
Ooh, the undermine thing. Darling. It's a really good show. Fucking sitting around smoking weed all day, don't work, don't do shit. Fuck out of
Why
here.
didn't you talk to her lawyer? I told.
Arnold Schwarzenegger was the Terminator. He was shooting up half of everyone in sight.
It's a cartoon, though.
True.
This is more
real.
real.
The Terminator is not a cartoon.
Terminator.
This is real, though, isn't it?
Well, no.
That was a good movie. Like back in the day, Terminator.
My life, everybody's rap is
This is real. It's not a Terminator cartoon. All right, Mr. Thomas L., what else do you want to ask these guys?
There was a Terminator actual movie, not just animated.
Let me finish that. That wasn't very fair.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead. Well, let Mr. Dash finish.
Now we're talking about the good governor of California.
That's right, and I'm telling you, his movie's a cartoon, whereas this rap stuff is real life.
But you said if there's
determine that?
Hold on, Ken. If there's an unsupervised child, how is he to know whether it's real or not? How is he to determine what's real and what's not real? Who's to supervise him?
All right,
and
so you think
they
that
get
the
way more.
Terminator movies are just as damaging or more so than gangster
I would have to say being that there's a visual and being there's no explanation to him and being that
visuals on these rap videos too, though.
But what I'm saying is it's glorified. There's no justification for all the shooting that goes on. So if he's reporting what goes on around the street, he's a product of his environment. Not to say him, but he's reporting what is a product of his environment. How is that wrong for him to report that?
Gentlemen, let's be honest.
Thomas L. get in here.
Gentlemen, let's be honest. Who do these kids relate to more? You, someone from the inner city, or someone from another country, or someone from the suburbs? Let's be quite honest.
What I was trying to
you came up the same way I did, the same way millions of these kids do every day. We're growing up in a fatherless society. We're growing up, a lot of our friends, your friends, my friends, didn't have a lot of supervision at home. Most of the time they were at our homes. We had good parents. We had parents who didn't allow us to do or watch these kinds of things.
Right.
But these children, now, in the movie industry, believe me, I'm a critic of the movie industry also. I think that these kids are watching too much TV, period. But my issue is that when you rap about what these children relate to because it's in their environment. You've already stated that this is that they don't know your story because you're a CEO, and I agree. But see, you don't promote that, and your company doesn't promote that. They promote the four-letter words.
We don't promote entrepreneurship.
Beautiful Disaster says the Kardashians do way more damage than gangster rap. Let's be real. I don't. It's really very subjective. Rap music. I can listen to it, have fun, but then maybe, especially if kids are listening to it, I don't know, maybe it's encouraging something else for kids. I do think music is very powerful. You know,
we don't promote positive and ownership of your company. I'm making it cool to be smart.
All right.
I'm making it cool. Wait, let me talk.
But it's not
I'm
about
making it cool to be a
business.
businessman.
It's not about business.
Not
It's
about business
about
for you because you feel like it might give you better ratings to portray something negative within the image of hip hop.
It is negative.
It's not negative to be a businessman. It's not negative to take care of the economy around you.
It's negative to make money, Mr. Dash, if you hurt children.
How do you hurt children by promoting to be an entrepreneur and a CEO and to do right by?
You're looking at a principle.
For example.
Hold it. You're looking at a principle.
Why you don't want to let him talk? You mad? Where'd you start current affair, right?
No, wrong.
Well, you faked a lot. I got dirt on you, doggy.
Cameron,
I'm going to get at you in a minute.
You go ahead. You get at
I'm going to get at you in a minute.
Listen, you're looking at a guy who teaches inner city kids and who is telling you face to face that he has problems with kids based upon a rap music, and you're rationalizing it all up and down.
I thought you were going to mediate.
I am.
No, what you're doing, you're giving opinions. That's not. You're not.
I do feel bad for this guy though. I don't know if he's the principal. I think he said he was the principal or something for that school, trying to look for a solution. I feel a little bit bad for him, but this stuff there's nothing you can do. Like, this stuff is out there. You can't. It's just like adult video. Like, you have to kind of try to keep an eye on your kids, and at some point, there's only so much you can do. You have to try to, like, parents have to be responsible, and culpable and whatever. But he's trying to, what the principal is trying to say is some of these kids don't have parents. Some of these kids are being raised by whoever because their parents are not there. There's just so much, and especially nowadays in this age, the internet. Thank God I didn't have all this access to the internet back then when I was growing up and shit. There was a very limited internet stuff. Oh, Kayla, thank you so much. Whoa! I gotta make the screen a little bit a little bit bigger just for you. Hold on. Can I do it? Force to. Oh, just a little bit bigger. Let me see. Oh, that's maybe too much. Hold on a second. Boom. Got it. Fit it all in. Wanted
revolving light, balloon huffing, cop car chasing zombies and or like-minded individuals who have the need for speed in a city with helicopter for the Icked fam on YouTube. Long chases only please. Don't forget to hand waving to the movie camera when inevitably pitted and forced.
Kayla, thank you so much for the 50. Amazing! On a Friday. Thank you, Frenchie Bomb. Call me when the verdict's in. I know. 16 hours in. What's going on? Court Law and Crime says 17 hours. I wonder why they switched to 17. What happened there? You downloaded Discord yesterday and deleted it already, Wendy?
I'm an objective mediator now, Bill.
It's my program.
Bill, now it's your program.
Bill. Yeah, it's my program.
Bill. Come on, Bill.
You'll have the dash factor some other time.
I have the dash factor.
Gentlemen, I got a question for Cameron based on what you just said.
Come on, let's keep it civil.
This is civil. Wait a minute, Mr. Reed. Now, look, if the principal tells you that there are children in his school, Cameron, who are being adversely affected by your music, do you care?
I care, but you got to talk to their parents.
What if they don't have good parents?
While they're in school, they have to have parents to be in school.
Well,
Somebody send them to school.
No, they don't have good parents.
Well, listen, then if that's the case, homeboy, whoever's in my ear on the television, you need to have parent-teacher conferences with your students. Whether it's their aunt, their cousin, their sister, somebody send these kids to school. They're not 11 years old staying home by themselves. I can't go home and talk to these students at night. You need to have more parent-teacher conferences if you have problem with your students.
Let him reply. Let him reply.
And
Go ahead.
Have them turn their TV and
Let him
radio.
reply. Mr. Thomas L. reply.
That was a good point, Cam.
Thank
Fatherless society,
Actually,
Debbie.
no,
Yeah.
Excellent point. But actually, you are talking to these students because they listen to you every day. See, you are.
So I got more influence than their parents. That's a problem.
No.
That's a problem. That is a problem.
That is a problem.
So you need to have parents-teacher conference because these are your students. You feel me? I can't come if you want me to come to your school and talk to your students. I can do that. for you.
I don't. No,
all right.
I don't.
Listen.
Are you
have to
come
talk
using
to your
four-letter
parents.
words?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Are you going to come?
You have to talk to your parents.
You're cutting me off, sir.
You're mad.
Go ahead, Mr. Thomas.
So stupid.
No,
my God.
What I'm saying to you. What I'm saying to you is that you're making millions of dollars off of these kids.
How you know
The
how
same
much I'm
kids that
making?
you're
How
now
do you know how much money I'm
denigrating,
making?
the same parents that you're now
How do you
denigrating,
know how
you
much
make
money
millions
I'm
of dollars
making?
off
How do
these
you know how
people.
much money I make?
Cam.
Go ahead.
Let me ask you a quick question.
Go ahead.
I think it's pretty unfair for you to judge the circumstance without properly understanding it. But every opportunity we get, we try to say as positive things as we can, which is why when we do make these money, we give back to a community. Me and Cam, ourselves, from 142nd Street to Lenox, we do have a program there that teaches the kids to be positive. We make them go to school. We support a basketball program. And every chance we get, we personally know 150 kids in the neighborhood and speak to them and tell them to stay in school and incentivize them to stay in school.
Now, I'm going to take a break. I'm going to hold these guys.
About that?
Okay, I'm going to take a break. I'm going to hold these guys over for a recap. I'm going to let them all recap, and we'll be back with that in a moment. All right, we're going to continue now, and Mr. Thomas L., we're going to give you a minute to make a statement, and then we're going to go to Cameron, and then we're going to go to Damon Dash, and I think that's a fair way to do it. So you go first.
Okay. I'd like to thank you, gentlemen, for what you do. I'd like you to promote more to these young people, and maybe even if you can influence the folks who are around you to promote the positive things that you're doing. I know you're doing positive things. But also, these children are watching you tonight. Many of these children have parents who are incarcerated, parents who are drug addicted. They don't have the parental involvement they need. They look up to a lot of you guys. A lot of you are men. They don't have a lot of contact with positive men. And tonight, you're making a mockery of their situations. So, you know, tonight to an intellectual people, you didn't make rap look good. You didn't make the industry look good. And we aren't highlighting the positive. I'm hoping in the future that we can send a better message, not only to our young people, but to America, that this industry does have some talented people who do care, because you're out there doing some good and great things for young people.
All right, good. All right, Cameron, you go.
Cool. I just want to say I think that we got off to a bad start tonight, but I think everything that we said was very positive. I think that what me and Dash are doing is very, very, very positive for the youth. You just jumped on everything that we done bad, and there's nothing that we done bad. You took it based on one song of lyrics. Like, I think what you need to do is get more in tune with your students. You know what I mean? You need to have parent-teacher conferences. If you need some of these rappers to come in, call the record company, call Rockefeller Records, call Diplomat Records, and ask us to come in and speak to your students. We do things like that. You. No, your statement is over. It's my turn to talk. You're done for the night.
Well, you cut me off early. So I'm going to call you and hold you to your commitment.
Principal, take it in, take it to school tomorrow.
All right,
you're done for the night.
If he needs you to come in,
holler at us. Right? Diplomat Records will come speak to his kids.
Right,
Purple Wave, February 17th. Go
let
get
Mr.
it.
Dash wrap it
You're
up.
done for the night.
You go.
Going along with Cameron said, I think a lot of what we said was positive and informative. It's kind of obvious that maybe you don't understand that everything affects everything, whether it be movies, books, literature, a reporter on television. And if you're going to promote anything, I would think that to the culture, to the kids that are watching, you would promote the positive aspect of it. So if you know there is negative in something, try to find the positive as opposed to always talking about the negative. That's the thing I don't understand, why we critique so hard within hip-hop. No one talks about the jobs we create. No one talks about the things we do within our community. And no one talks about the businesses we've done, how we've opened the doors and shown people that it's cool to be smart, it's cool to be a CEO, it's cool to take advantage, not to take advantage, but to reap the benefits of all your labor and to do it fairly. I can't see how that could ever be considered a negative, and I'm disappointed in the fact that you would be thinking that.
All right.
But anyway, I just want to say one thing.
Quick.
Rockefeller.
What? I guess they cut it off. I think these people obviously disagree, but I think it would have been cool. I don't know if it happened or not. This was like 18 plus years ago, almost 2 decades. It would have been cool to see if he would have been able to get them up to the school and talk to the kids. Maybe that would help. I don't know. Under Your Scars, thank you so much for the 5. Says, love your humor. Have you done a poll on Karen Reed case? I wish they would hurry up. LOL, Canada Day weekend. We'll hear you make me laugh. Amazing. Thank you. I did another poll. I did wait, where'd the poll go? It disappeared. What? I don't know. I did a poll, but looks like, I don't know where it went. Oh, there it is. It popped up back. Okay, pop back up. Interesting. Okay, we have 53 votes. It's coming. We'll give it a little bit of time. Also, I don't know. So that was a long time ago. Cameron recently did an interview. Oh, a new interview. They should know better. The media should know better than to bring this guy on.
Thanks for being here. First, when you saw that video of Diddy, Cassie in that hotel, did you recognize that Sean Combs?
What I want to say, first of all, when I seen the video, everything in the video was egregious. I'm against. I don't support all the charges that's alleged against him. I don't support any of that, trafficking minors, domestic violence. I'm totally against it. So when I seen the video, yeah, I was kind of upset with it. Being that I know him, he's not necessarily a friend, but yeah, I was upset when I seen it. But
did you
as far as
recognize
everything
him?
I just said,
Did you recognize that kind of anger at all from your experiences?
I don't know like that. What do you mean? Do I be recognized? Did I recognize him? I seen him. What do you mean my experiences? I seen him and I thought it was disgusting. I didn't do a zoom in to see if it was really him or nothing, but he admitted it was him. So yeah, it was him.
What did you think about the apology that he gave in that other video?
Ain't me for this. The apology ain't for me to decide. It's for Cassie. What I think about it don't matter. He ain't do nothing to me. Cassie need to ask Cassie if she accept the apology. I told you how I feel. I said what I said.
I want to play a conversation that you had.
I haven't watched it, Hoax. They have a podcast, right? I used to listen to Mace back in the day too, and I thought his music back in the day was dope, really, really good. I forget, there was an album that I really liked. Let me see, I don't remember the name. Maybe it was Harlem World. Harlem World. Looking at me. It might have been Harlem World. His music back in the day I really liked.
On your podcast back in September with Mace. Listen.
Yeah.
When you had your record deal, why did you take me to Biggie Smalls and not Bad Boy?
Man, it's almost gonna bring me to tears to say this. I just, being that I saw you as such a good friend, I wanted to put you with somebody I knew with milk.
Thank you, man. I really appreciate that. A lot of people ask me that on Instagram, man. Don't have me just out here crying and shit, man. I don't want to get emotional in here, man.
Instantly, I knew Biggie would do right by you.
I gotta check it out sometime. What's the podcast? It's YouTube. Come and talk to me. What?
Yeah, man.
Instantly, I knew Biggie would do right by you.
Can you tell us a little bit more about that? I mean, is there something known in the industry about how Diddy treated his artists?
So I'm going to get some cheeks after this horse.
He's promoting a product that he has. I think it's called Pink or something.
Power joint.
His artists. Is there something? Tell us a little bit more about that. I mean, is there something known in the industry about how Diddy treated his artists?
That's wild, the shit that he did this.
So I'm going to get some cheeks after this horsepower joint.
How's horsepower? Maybe it's horsepower. I thought it was Pink.
I'm just going off what Mace said. Mace took me to Biggie. I don't really know Puffers like Mace no Puff.
And she keeps a straight face after he said that. I'm going to get some cheeks after this.
So I appreciate what Mace said, and of course, that's my brother. So if he felt that way, then he felt that way. I can't really tell you how.
Puff moves or anything like that. Mace may know better than me because he was signed to Puff. I wasn't. But my show does come on at 8 a.m. Eastern on YouTube. It's called It Is What It Is. Y'all make sure y'all check it out.
Is what it is. Plugging himself, plugging the merch on CNN, doesn't care. He's just whatever.
I mean, I might get some more information out of Mace from there, but for me to tell you how Puff acting and all that, I don't know. I never was signed to him.
Yeah. What about the industry in general? I mean, so many people have pointed out that Diddy couldn't get away with this stuff if there weren't a lot of people protecting him. Do you think that's the case?
Who the talent agent for this joint? Like, you think I'll be sitting around watching what Diddy do and all this? I didn't know this was a Diddy joint that I invited me to. Y'all, who booked me for this joint?
All right.
Wow, and I'll be sitting
Cameron,
around watching Diddy and all that. Yeah,
thanks for joining us. Thank you for your time tonight.
Yeah. Thank you for having me. You enjoy.
Wow. That was crazy. That's Cameron. Dipset. Man. Okay, I think I'm gonna go warm up some breakfast. The Alia Buaban, I don't see anything yet. So I'm gonna be just refreshing throughout the day to see if we find something on Ali. TikTok star. Tony Montana impersonator. TikTok. The world of TikTok. Let's see if there's anything else going on today. Seems like it's just like a Karen Reed day. Oh. I think somebody dropped something off. You know what? Let me see if Court TV has anything recent about this case. Court TV. 12 hours ago. Vinny. Okay, Vinny did a thing.
Scene. A woman charged with a jealousy-fueled murder that has transformed into something quite different.
I'm gonna warm on breakfast.
Filled with public outcry, protests at the courthouse, allegations of witness intimidation, and an absolute storm of opinions all over social media. This is the case of Karen Reed, accused of purposely backing over her boyfriend, Boston police officer John O'Keefe, with her Lexus SUV and then leaving him to die in the snow. She's charged with murder, but she didn't just plead not guilty. She proclaimed her innocence on the steps of the courthouse. Then hundreds of members of the public joined her cause, accusing police of framing Karen Reed for the murder that another member of law enforcement committed. Accusations of a cover-up and corruption, followed by a federal investigation of the state investigators. But now, all of the evidence is in. The lawyers have made their final arguments, and it's time to hear from the jury as we investigate the tragic death of Boston police officer John O'Keefe. I'm Vinny Politan. Thank you so much for joining us tonight here on Closing Arguments. Great to have you with us. 3 days of deliberation, and here we sit tonight, still without a verdict on a Thursday night. They began deliberating on Tuesday. Well, what's going on here? What is going on with this jury? That's the question I hear all the time. What's going on with this jury? What are they doing? What are they doing? Okay, time out. Simmer down. Let's take a walk down memory lane. The last time I was at this courthouse, there was a case involving a man named Dr. Dirk Greinede. He was a Harvard doctor accused of bludgeoning his wife. It was a long trial. It was in the same courthouse we are right now. There was a lot of evidence, and it was a hard-fought case by both sides. Rick Grundy, who you've seen on the show, was the prosecutor in that case. It was a tough case, but the jury got the case on like a Tuesday, and they came back on a Friday. It took them 4 days. 4 days, and they reached a verdict. By the way, in that case, we spoke to jurors afterwards. They didn't even take a vote until Friday. They wanted to go through all the evidence and review what they had seen in the prior 5 or 6 weeks of that trial. So that's what they did, 4 days. And it was like a normal deliberation. Phil Spector, legendary music producer, The Wall of Sound, The Crazy Hair. A case where his defense was that the victim that he shot and killed kissed the gun. And it was an accident. It was an accident. He was retried. His first trial was a hung jury. But in the retrial, the jury was out for 30 hours. 30 hours. I think Alan Jackson may have prosecuted this case, by the way. And they came back. He was convicted, but it was 30 hours, and it was a case where a lot of us looked at it like, wow, he did it, didn't he? Like he had a long history with these weapons and women, etc. Anyway, 30 hours. Now, I want you to keep your eye on the Sparrow. Do you remember the legendary actor Robert Blake, Beretta in the 70s, part of our gang when he was a child actor? That jury was out 9 days. 9 days of deliberation. And you can tell by his reaction, they came back not guilty. So sometimes it takes time. It takes time to go through the evidence. It takes time to try to figure out what happened. They are the finders of fact. That's what a jury is in charge of. They determine what happened. The judge gives them the law, and then they've got to put the law and the facts together and then all agree what it means as they fill out their verdict slip or verdict form. So don't panic. Don't panic. If we get into next week, it's getting a little long, but as we sit here tonight, with Friday coming up tomorrow, I would say fasten those seatbelts, be ready any moment, all day Friday. Okay. So, again, don't worry. Let's go out now to Court TV crime and justice correspondent Matt Johnson. He's not worried. He's joining us live from outside the courthouse in Dedham, Massachusetts. Matt, great to see you tonight. You know, a lot of anticipation, no verdict today, but what happened today? What did we learn? What changed? What didn't change? What do you have to report to the folks watching tonight?
Vinny, nice to see you. So this jury, 6 men, 6 women that are taking the case very seriously, obviously, and requesting additional background on the case that wasn't submitted in evidence. They were denied that, but they're going through the 74 witnesses over the 9 weeks, and they're looking at all of the evidence. Now, they did not submit any questions today on day 3 of deliberations outside the Dedham courthouse. They've deliberated nearly 15 hours over the past 3 days. Karen Reed and her team, they walk in and out of court, as you can imagine. There are cheers and eruptions from their supporters. They're not too worried at this hour. Take a listen to them leaving court today. Here's what they told us.
Feeling great. Feeling great.
Very good. Feeling good, doing good, feeling great. That's what they told us and all of the other media. And Vinny, you notice that the media is kept away from them right now. They're really not answering any questions during this deliberation time. They stopped those questions on Tuesday.
Yeah, it seems like everyone's getting in and out of the courthouse a different way. Much different than what we saw day in and day out over the course of those 9 weeks. So no one knows when the verdict's coming back. Nobody knows, but you got to be close by. What do we know about where Karen Reed is during the deliberations, the defendant in this case?
Right, so the defendant and her team, they rented a hall at a church next door. It's across the street. You've seen it. A lot of the supporters are out front day in, day out on the sidewalk. And she walks over there with her team. Right now, she's taking a different route, surrounded by bodyguards and security that they hired as we await for the verdict. This is what it looks like when they leave court, and this is what it sounds like. Take a listen.
Let's take pressure out of this. It's not about him. We love gay. We love gay. We love gay. We love gay. Thank you. Ashley, okay, yeah, thank you.
Every day at this courthouse. She came back out earlier today just to hug that kid that was in line wanting to meet her. She shakes hands. She doesn't kiss babies. I haven't seen that. But she does meet every single person out here. She says hi. She says thank you. I asked her message, and she's told me time and time again, thank you to her supporters, because she really wanted eyes on this case. But now it's also getting very real for this defendant, because I have seen her in the hallways of this courthouse here behind me. I have seen her huddled with her family, hugging, and she tells me that she's been doing a lot of prayers.
Well, I mean, you have to think about the position she's in. She's charged with murder. If this jury comes back and says guilty, she's getting locked up. She's not going to be able to walk in and out. They'll try to get her out on bond.
Vivian, thank you so much for the memberships. Yo, if you're a member or a new member, if you would consider resubscribing after, that'd be amazing. You can go to my front page on YouTube. And on YouTube, there's 2 playlists. I have to update the second one, but there's 2 playlists. Oh, we're actually overdue for a members live. I didn't realize that. I guess because we've been so stuck with this trial, but there's a members playlist and the top videos playlist as well, only for members. There's the LSD story and some other crazy stories. Check it out and consider resubscribing. I was listening a bit to what this guy was saying, and Vinny. I met Vinny in person, really nice guy at CrimeCon. I actually I did a video with him on Court TV one time, and it was really funny because he was trying to pronounce my name. He was like, "What is it? Ikidmel? He was like Ikidmel, Isikidmel, like what?" It was actually really funny. I don't know if I have it on. Do I have it on Instagram? I might not. No, I gotta post it sometime to Insta. It was really funny. I thought I did post it over there. I don't see it right now.
Pending appeal, etc. I don't know if this can be successful. Maybe keep her out until sentencing. I don't know if that'll be successful. But most of the defendants we see, if they're convicted of murder, they're taken away. They don't have any more time. They don't have any more freedom. Then they come back to court for the formal sentencing, and then they have to do their time. So each moment she's out, especially during the day, could be her last moment. And there's nothing, I don't think, any more dramatic than that for someone to understand that in any moment, 12 strangers you don't know will make that determination. Now, on the other side of the coin, Karen Reed's been very vocal, very visible, I guess is a better word. John O'Keefe's family has not really been very visible. We see him in the courtroom. We can understand the excruciating pain that they've been through and continue to suffer.
Vanessa says, Mel, how did Karen get a fan club? I've only seen this with celebrities. I think it started with this has been a couple of years, but I think people feel there's corruption. Some people hate cops, and they feel like this was a setup. I don't know what it is. People feel really, really connected to this woman. They're standing out. I don't know how these people are working because they're standing outside the courthouse every day, dressed up and parading and partying. I don't know. And it's going to be interesting. The Turtle Boy trial, if it's live streamed, I'll cover it. People feel deeply connected with this woman. I've been doing this type of stuff on YouTube for a while. I've never stood outside I have a kid, so I wouldn't even be able to stand outside all day long for 8 hours long. That's why you see me getting up kind of frequently. Because my daughter's here right now. Yeah, just check on her, make sure. Whatever, she's knocked out sleeping still. But I don't know how these people do it for months and months, every day, standing outside. But some people, that's their job. Okay. Other people, they're just there to support. I almost equivalate, I don't know if that's a word, equivalate it to Gypsy Blanchard. This chick murdered her mother. She had the boyfriend that she kind of manipulated, in my opinion, to murder her mother. Her mother was abusing her. But she had the boyfriend murder mama. And then she comes out and she's a hero and people love her. It's not a world that I don't know. It's imagine having your mother murdered, and that's like a thing where we're going to hail you. Well, where you get millions of followers, you get all this like production deals, Lifetime series or movies for having your mama killed. I don't know. But I feel like people with Karen, they connect because they think it's like corruption. And honestly, here's the other take. And I really want to wait to the verdict to say this. But I was talking with someone and they told me the reason why people connect with Karen is because they're like-minded. I was like, what? I busted out, but they're like, yeah, no, they're like-minded. They have the same mentality as Karen. I don't know. Kelly says Gypsy is so different. We know Gypsy was guilty. None of us know what happened to John O'Keefe. And that wrote because the cops screwed the investigation so badly. Well, with that, Kelly, too, the investigation was not a good investigation. I'll agree with you on that. But I don't know if you were here for the Alex Murdaugh case. That was a bad investigation, too. That was bad. That was bad. But his ass still got found guilty. Hold on. Lily clipped me. Let's see. Is it Alan Jackson in this video? Oh, let's see. Hold on. Lily. Let's see. Lily in London. If I ever go out there, I'm going to have to visit you. Lily in London. Ooh, okay. It does look like the same hairstyle and the same clothes. But let's check it out. Oh, it's the same clothes. Hoax, you still here? Hoax still here? It's the same clothes. Oh, he's still here. To me, it does look like the same clothes from earlier that day. The jeans, the little shirt. Yeah. Ooh, okay. All right, I'll retweet it. Lily in London. I know they're coming for your ass on Twitter. Let me get back on the screen. Okay. Kelly says Murdoch has tons of motive, though. You know what, the Murdoch case? This is why it is different cases, like vastly different. I agree with you on that. But there's some similarities as far as like, I remember with Alex Murdaugh, they had these lawyers. Oh, there's too many people were like betting their life. There's no way he'll be found guilty. And even I was questioning it. And all these experts were saying all this shit about Alex Murdaugh. But when I saw that, I feel like the kennel video did it for him. The kennel video. But then people were like, I saw comments back then. They're like, oh, but he's smiling with his family. Look, he took a picture with his son. Oh, he took a picture with the wife. No, there's no way. He would murder them. Okay. It does look like the same hairstyle and the same clothes. But let's check it out. Oh, it's Twitter. Oh, it's the same clothes. Hoax, you still here? Where's that play? Hoax still here? It's the same clothes. Oh, he's still here. Too many windows open. Hold on. To me, it does look like this. I found it. I found the culprit. But they were like, yeah, no, he's smiling with his family, so there's no way he could kill his family. I'm like, these people so ignorant. Like, we've been covering these cases how long? No, but he's smiling with, and? So what? But he loved this. He took pictures with them. And I remember back then arguing with people. So what? Like, I give a fuck he was smiling with them. So what? But anyway, yeah, he was found guilty. Kennel video. Yeah, Kelly, yeah, the kennel. It was if it wasn't for the kennel video, maybe he could have got away with it. Snapchat, right? Snapchat sealed it. Yeah, Snapchat. Because I almost feel like they didn't even know about it or something. And then his testimony, Alex Murdaugh's testimony, wasn't that great. I think he was caught in some lies. His testimony didn't help him. It really didn't. Chris. I hope we get a verdict today. Like Vinny was saying, here's the two things that I've heard. I'm not an expert. I've only covered a few trials. The two things that I've heard that's consistent, if they come back with a verdict really quick, like a couple hours, 2 hours, 3 hours, I was surprised with Alex Murdaugh because I thought they would take longer. If they come back really quick, I've heard people say that most likely it's a guilty. The other thing I've heard is the verdicts notoriously come back on Fridays. I think Vinny mentioned that. So I hope we get something today. I have seen some of Microdot's videos. He's working for the defense. I have seen some of his videos. He's good at what he does. His videos. Oh my God. Yeah, I don't have to. I thought I had my wig on. Mel, get in character, put the wig. Okay. Let me go get the wig.
This family's been through more than any family should ever have to go through. Do we know anything about where they go, where they're waiting, etc., as the jury's deliberating?
Yeah. Especially Peggy O'Keefe. You know, when we're looking at the video of the family, you see Erin over there. She testified along with Paul, the brother of John O'Keefe, the victim in all of this. And make no mistake, you know, they're traumatized. They're being re-traumatized by this event. And during a lot of the testimony, I was in court watching them. They're wiping away tears. There were moments when Peggy O'Keefe didn't want to be in court because they were talking about the death of her son and the autopsy photos. It was really hard for everyone to hear the good nature of the victim and how his sister died and his brother-in-law and how he took in the kids. Well, the O'Keefe family has asked for privacy during this difficult time. It's very difficult for them right now. State troopers and personnel from the court walk them to an undisclosed location. Even if we knew where it was, we couldn't share it because they're worried about their safety.
Of course.
This is a family that is torn apart, and they're hoping for answers right now. But it was also very telling when you had the McCabe's and the Alberts and Kerry Roberts in some of their designated seats there behind them during the closing arguments. I have not seen them back at the courthouse since. Now, granted, that was their first opportunity to listen to anything because they were subject for recall, so they couldn't be in court after their testimony. But it'll be interesting to see if they're in this courthouse here behind me during the reading of the verdict.
Absolutely. And I mean, the way they've comported themselves is absolutely amazing, number one. And number two, it's very consistent with a lot of the families that we see day in and day out in the trials that we cover across the country. For a lot of these, some families like to be very public, but it's really the minority. Most of them, this is like, you're going through this horrible, horrible thing. You're never getting your loved one back, and all you want, all you can get is some sense of justice and turn the page. No closure, just a turning of the page, hopefully moving to the next chapter of your lives. But they never get better. It's forever. For a parent burying a child, that in this case, they buried 2 children, it's horrific. Okay, how about the jurors? What do we know about the jurors, and do they go out to lunch? Do they stay in for lunch? How is all that working?
Yeah.
So that's also very confidential, but I can tell you they do not leave the building. They check in, and that's when the attorneys are present in the courtroom. Then they're off to their deliberation room. That is in an undisclosed location of the 140-year courthouse here behind me that you've been at several times. But they work through lunch. They don't leave during lunch. And it's also, we're seeing, since deliberations began, they're keeping the media back further, and they're also...
And that's when I did jury deliberation on the month-long case I was on. Yeah, we ordered takeout. That place was really nice because, I mean, that courthouse, because they were just like, I mean, we got to order whatever we wanted individually. Some of us agreed on the same place. There might have been 2 or 3 places, but I mean, just imagine, like, being on a case. I was on them for a month. This has been a couple of months. Once you're back there, you kind of have this relationship, and people are depending on you, and you also know I can order whatever food I want, and we're gonna chill or whatever.
Enforcing that 200-foot buffer zone rule of the Karen Reed supporters. State police surround the building. They're writing tickets of people that are violating that, in their opinion. They're making sure that they're maintaining that buffer zone. The troopers line up outside the courthouse, and then this jury loads onto a bus. And keep in mind, these are everyday citizens in this community that knew about this case because it was all over the headlines each and every day until they signed up for jury duty. And this was not a change of venue or veneer, so they're from here.
It's interesting, the trial that I covered in the same courthouse 23 years ago, they did the same thing with the jury. They met in a special location. They were brought together to the courthouse. The only thing different about that jury was when they came back on Friday, they all were dressed to the T's and took a group photo on the courthouse steps before deliberating that day. Wow. And they weren't hidden from the media necessarily, and we kind of got the feeling like, oh, there might be a verdict today, and there.
And some people today have said that the jurors are kind of dressed up today. So I don't know. I hope this is a verdict day. I hope it doesn't drag out till next week. No, Carly said that you and the other jurors dressed nicer the day you were handing the verdict. No. For the I was on a month-long case for this baseball player, James Leyritz, and he was a Yankees baseball player, and I've told this story multiple times. It was a DUI case where I think he hit somebody and the person died. The thing is the lady was drinking too. There was a lot of things up in the air and in question. It wasn't live streamed as far as did he run the red light or not. He had a really good defense team, kind of like Karen. Really good defense team. I mean, they were even arguing, yeah, he had these drinks, but he also had pasta or some type of like food. And how long does it take to absorb when you eat food? And then he had a vitamin water drink, and there's a negligible amount of, I've never even heard of it before, but apparently it's a thing. It's not even registered, but there's a negligible amount of alcohol in there. And so did that up it a little bit. He had an amazing defense. And so I don't think we didn't find him guilty for manslaughter, but we found him guilty for drinking and driving. He was convicted of misdemeanor charge of driving under the influence. Not the same as Karen Reed, but he had lesser charges. That's why I think with Karen Reed, they're going to get her on. I would think unless there's some type of whatever, I would think they'd get her on at least a lesser charge because it's on video that she had 9 drinks. At least, at the minimum, I think they get her on that. But I don't know.
There was. Now, we've been talking a lot about Karen Reed, in and out, more visible. And something that you've done throughout this trial is try to get some insight into what's going on in the mind of the woman accused of this murder. And Matt, what we've put together here are some of those moments from this 9-week trial. Let's take a look.
Have you thought about testifying?
I have.
Are you going to give us a hint?
You know, we all knew you weren't going to.
Maybe I would give you a hint. Wait and see how it goes, Matt.
How's it been being in the courtroom for the past couple weeks and everyone's close together, I'm sure?
The intimacy is good. Sunlight is the best disinfectant, and it's vindicating, Matt. It feels vindicating. The truth's got to come out.
Thank you.
It's the only way to do it.
How are you holding up, Karen? Week 6.
Well, Matt, yeah.
Have you given it any more thought? Are we going to get to see you testify? Tell your story?
If I have to, I will. It's up to the big guys. Stay strong, Karen.
What was that, Karen?
John's DNA was on his clothes.
What are you thinking as you're sitting there during this part of the test?
It's a little odd to me how smiley she is, though. She's like really smiley. Yeah, my boyfriend, he's dead, and he was murdered. Her belief is that he was murdered in the basement. They beat him to death, and the dog attacked him. And the whole time she's just like, yeah. Oh, even when they displayed the autopsy, she's like the pictures of his dead body. She's like.
Testimony.
But it's a waste of taxpayer dollars.
Reaction from today, Karen?
Frustrating.
I know you can't say much, Karen, but is there anything that you can say about your relationship?
It was normal.
And you loved him, I'm sure.
I didn't. We were dating. We were dating. There is no case against.
I don't mean shit. So he's like, I'm sure you loved him, right? And she goes, yeah, we were dating. Just because you're dating doesn't mean you loved him. Just answer, yes, I loved him. But instead, you got to have a weird-ass answer. Just like when the reporter's like, oh, did you hit him? Oh, well, I preceded it by a did and proceeded it by a I. Did I hit him?
It was normal.
And you loved him, I'm sure.
I didn't. We were dating. We were dating. There is no case.
Cool.
Against me. After 8 weeks. After 8 weeks, it's smoke and mirrors, and it's going through my private life and trying to contrive a motive that was never there.
Have you thought about
you a heifer?
What it would be like to be on the witness stand yourself?
Yeah, I have. I'd like to fill in some holes and correct some lies, but it's up to the attorneys, and they'll make the call probably at the 11th hour, and I'm there or not there.
You're lobbying though for your chance to testify?
I'm an outspoken person, and I've never not been able to speak up for myself and my defense.
It's actually up to her. Her attorneys can advise her, but at the end of the day, if she wants to testify, that's her choice.
Except when it matters the most, I've got to rely on them and their expertise, and I'll defer to the attorney.
How do we feel the defense rested?
I feel great, Matt. I feel great.
What a way to end a case, right? With a little truth and professionalism. It feels, you have no idea how good it feels to finally get this thing done.
So did you already do the colloquy? Did you already say you're not going to testify?
Yeah, I won't be. I won't be.
You said that it's hard not to be outspoken.
Yes,
you know?
Very.
And you also mentioned to the media that there are some things that you wish that you could clarify. Is there any?
They'll be clarified one day, Matt. They'll be clarified. It might not be live, but it will be.
One last question. Do you think life can ever be normal again for you?
It'll be different, but it'll be more settled than it is now. It'll never be the same. But it isn't for anybody ever in anyone's life.
What a scene. And tomorrow, what do you anticipate? You know, all the people at the courthouse, what do you think the reaction is going to be like at the moment that the verdict is reached, and then the moment that people figure out what that verdict is?
Well, everybody is on pins and needles outside the courthouse and making sure that they're not missing anything. All of the journalists are watching one another. Are they running to the courthouse steps? You know, when you get an indication that maybe someone is approaching, maybe there's a question, or maybe there's a verdict, you see state police line up ahead of time.
Come on, we need a verdict.
So I'm watching for that.
I've been taking too
I wouldn't
long.
be surprised
It's
if you're
Friday.
not wearing a red tie tomorrow. By all accounts, you know, everyone really feels, and you can feel it here in the air, that we might have a resolution in some sort of way. And maybe Karen Reed will be speaking after there's a verdict tomorrow. But right now, not too much, as they're waiting, like the rest of us.
That's only if the verdict goes one way, though, I think, unless she gets out on bond. If it's guilty, we don't know. We just don't. That's the amazing thing. No one but those 12 people actually know. And they will perhaps speak tomorrow. I'm with you, Matt. I think tomorrow's the day. I think tomorrow's the day. Matt Johnson, Court TV crime and justice correspondent. Thank you so much. Rest up. You have a big day tomorrow. All right, when we come back, we're going to bring in our trial insiders, plus coming up next hour.
The public polls are overwhelming, and it appears those voicing their opinions on social media do not believe prosecutors. Does this have any connection to what the jury may think of the evidence in the case?
The next episode of Accomplice to Murder.
It looked like Virginia and Norman really had a wonderful relationship.
But then greed planted the seeds of a brutal murder.
$1.1 million in benefits to Virginia.
And when she couldn't find a hitman, she decided to use her son, Jason.
She said, no one is going to be getting in the way of me collecting that insurance money, or they'll wind up just like Norm.
Accomplice to Murder with Vanny Politan. All new episode, Sunday night, 8, 7 Central.
Only on Court TV.
Gotta go use the bathroom.
It's obviously John and Karen. So I don't recall if I looked out the window first or looked out the door first, but I looked out to see the other vehicle out in front of the house. I noticed the big SUV parked in front of the house.
When you're looking out from either the window or the door, where was the dark SUV in relation to the house?
If you came out that front door, pretty much right in front of the house, parked in front of the house. I looked out again because it'd been a few minutes, again, 2, 3, 4 minutes, I'm not sure how long, but it'd been a few minutes, and we thought it was weird they hadn't come into the house. Looked out and saw the SUV again.
And when you looked out for the second time, where was the SUV in relation to where it was the first time?
The SUV had moved up the road from the front of the house. It went from spot A to spot B. Now it was further up, more in sync of where the again the flagpole, the utility box, the fire. More in sync with that. I definitely looked out a third time out the door.
And the third time that you looked out the door, where was the dark SUV in relation to where it had been the second time?
It had now proceeded further up the road.
So you've got Matthew McCabe looking out several times in the car, and they're seeing all the movements of the car from point A to point B to point C. Like they're observing all of this. But no one saw what happened, and no one saw John O'Keefe on the front yard. Now, one thing he said there is that Julie Nagel was going outside, and then he sees the car move up. Well, here's what Julie Nagel says about when she went outside and when she saw and where she was when she saw the car moving up.
So when I noticed, looking out the window, I did notice the SUV in front of the mailbox, and then pulled up a little bit in front of the yard, and then stopped, and then pulled up again towards the flagpole.
So you saw it in sort of 3 different locations at the time that you were seeing it?
Correct, yes.
And again, where were you in relation to the vehicle at the time that you made these observations?
I was inside at the dining room table.
So why didn't anyone witness what happened here? All these people inside, outside, pulling up, looking out the door, looking out the window. Joining me tonight, Karen Reed supporter and creator of the Justice for Officer John O'Keefe and Karen Reed Facebook page, Nick Rocco, and the YouTuber behind Yellow Cottage Tales, Kevin Lenahan, is with us. Kevin, why? There's so many people in this house. There couldn't be more potential witnesses to a murder, yet no one saw it. No one who was inside, outside, picking people up, dropping people off, looking out the door, looking out the window. Why not?
I first want to just thank Matt for bringing up the stress that the O'Keefe family is put under here. And he mentioned concerns about their safety, which really gives us an idea about what is going on with this case here, where you have to worry about the safety of the victim's family. But just to answer your question on that, there are 11 people in the house. It's an after-hours party. They're playing music, they're grabbing beers, they're moving around inside the house. There's nothing outside that they're really paying attention to, except occasionally glancing out to see where John is. So the actual accident only took less than 10 seconds. So the odds of somebody that just happened to be looking out the window in order to see that, it's against the odds of that happening. In terms of their various memories, you're trying to piece it together in the following days. At the time, you're not paying attention to it. You have a vague memory of seeing somebody pull up and then maybe another car and then somebody pulling forward. You're not really registering what's happening in any kind of clear reason, any kind of clear way, because you're not trying to. So, but thank you, Matt. Appreciate that.
Nick Rocco, your thoughts about the witnesses, what they're seeing and what they're not seeing that night.
So you have everyone in that house pretty much looking out the window at all different times. It's not like they were looking out the window all together. You had Jen go to the door. When she came back, Matt's looking out the window. He came back. Brian Albert Jr. is looking out the window. So they had eyes outside, at least by somebody, pretty much the whole time that Karen was outside. Now, nobody saw him on the lawn and nobody saw Karen hit him, because that did not happen. Because even when everybody left, when Jen McCabe backed out of that driveway and Matt was driving, when he backed out and he threw the car in drive, his head now is straight ahead, looking at the flagpole. The lights are on the lawn, and he still didn't see a body. Nobody did, except Julie Nagel claims she sees a black blob. But she didn't, the next morning when John was found, you would think, oh my God, I saw a black blob the night before. It was John. No, she waited 8 months until Trooper Proctor came around and said, hey, you were at the house that night. What happened? Oh, I saw a dark object. And then 2 years later, she gets on the stand. Yeah, that black object was 5 to 6 feet. I mean, somebody would have saw him on the lawn. The plow driver didn't see him on the lawn. The reason why nobody saw him on the lawn was because he was not there, because Karen Reed did not hit him.
Now, another issue related to what's going on in the front of the house that night involves another car. Karen and John are in one car. Ryan Nagel is coming to pick up his sister, Julie Nagel, and he's in the car with 2 other people. Let's take a listen to his testimony.
You were coming along Cedar Crest, correct?
Correct.
You would have been going west-ish. I know it's a curved road, sort of west. If Fairview goes north and south?
Yeah, okay, yes.
You would have been going west and then turning south onto Fairview, correct?
Correct, yes.
You indicated that the SUV, the dark SUV, beat your car to the intersection. Is that right?
Correct, sir.
And because the car was ahead of you, Ricky flashed his lights as a courtesy to say, you got the turn.
Correct, sir.
Because both of you were approaching the intersection, but the SUV was closer.
Correct, sir.
You pulled up to Fairview and stopped relatively close to the driveway, as you've indicated to the jury, correct?
Correct, sir.
And your car was as much as 3 car lengths behind that SUV. Do you recall that?
When we arrived?
Yes.
I would say
car length and a half at the time. At any point, did you see that SUV in front of you drive up 50 or 60 feet, slam into reverse, and then drive backward? No. Okay. At any point, did you see that SUV reverse and hit a pedestrian?
Objection.
Sure.
I'll allow that. You didn't see that, right?
No. At no point did you see a person laying on the lawn? No, but I also wasn't looking. But you didn't see it? No. And you did see the truck in front of you? The SUV, yes. The SUV in front of you? Correct. All right. You didn't see a person standing or lying on the ground anywhere around that SUV, did you? No. But you did look inside that SUV? As I passed by, yes. And you saw one person? That's all I saw at the time, yes. Female with long hair, is that correct? Right? And you did not see anybody else inside that SUV? No, not to my acknowledgement.
Now, the other part of this that confuses me based on the testimony I was listening to during the trial is about Brian Higgins and his truck with the snowplow on it. I heard testimony that it's parked at the mailbox. Yet, how on earth, why is Ryan able to see the SUV if the Higgins car with the snowplow is there? I'm so confused about that. What time did Higgins leave? Where did Higgins park? Why is this so difficult for me to understand and to be super clear about, okay, Karen Reed pulls up, Nagel pulls up behind him, no car in between, a car and a half length behind. But if Brian Higgins and his snowplow is there, that can't happen. So what's going on here, Nick?
I think the reason why the prosecution is trying to put Brian Higgins' vehicle there is to try to make Ryan Nagel and his friends seem like liars, that they didn't pull right up behind Karen. So if they can get Brian Higgins' vehicle in between Ryan Nagel and Karen Reed, then they can try to say, well, how could you see the taillight if, Brian Higgins' vehicle is there? Or, you might not have seen John get out, or you saw him in the car. I'm a little confused myself as to why they're trying to put Brian Higgins' vehicle there. The only reason why I would think that would be to try to make Ryan Nagel and his friends seem like a liar, because their testimony is crucial. John O'Keefe was not in the vehicle when they drove around Karen's car, and they did not see him outside. So I would love for somebody to give me the answer of where he was, because he was going to a destination. There's only one place he could have been if he wasn't in the car and if he wasn't outside. And it's a pretty obvious answer of where he was. But I'm interested to see where other people think he went.
So, Kevin, why is this situation so confusing about where Brian Higgins parked his truck with the plow on it? I mean, if it's at the mailbox, it's blocking everything, because he doesn't leave till like 1:30, right?
I think he testified that he left between 12:30 and 1. So it is a very interesting question. I focused on it for a long time. I just want to also point out to Nick that at 5:30, Lucky Plow.
Yellow Cottage Tales. He has a YouTube page. I thought about reaching out to him, maybe to have him on sometime. I don't know if we should just wait till this whole verdict shit's over. I like Rocco too, though. I feel like Rocco, I don't know, but I feel like he's been respectable and he believes what he's saying, and like it hasn't been this crazy mess of harassing and stalking people.
Plowed the street and also did not see John, and John was found at 6:07. So it's not always that easy to see an object in our peripheral vision that we're not expecting, an unmoving object. As far as Higgins, maybe he left a little bit earlier than he remembers. I had a situation about a month ago where I was driving home from the gym, and I came upon an accident scene where a motorcycle driver had slid into an SUV and been thrown onto a lawn. He was lying in between the properties. And in my mind, I saw him lying on some large boulders surrounded by some shrubs. I got home 5 minutes later, called a friend and described that. The next day, driving to the gym, I saw there were no boulders there. Human memory is really, really, really tricky. That's the problem with witness accounts. So, when you look at the testimony of Ryan Nagel and the truck driver, Ricky Antonio, and Ryan Nagel's girlfriend, there were slight variances in each one of them. So we're never going to completely put this together, but the vehicle data establishes in a bulletproof way that 100% Karen backed into John 8 minutes after she did the 3-point turn as they missed the turn onto waste. That's really, the rest of this is just trying to make sense of witness testimony that you're never going to make perfect sense of.
All right, our insiders are staying with us. When we come back, what happened to Chloe the dog?
The dog.
We'll look for answers when we return.
Not the dog.
Your family got rid of Chloe.
Chloe was rehomed in May
We can
2023.
use whatever words we want to. Rehomed, rehoused, whatever. But you got rid of her. She's no longer part of the Albert family, right?
Objection.
I mean, they were trying to say that the dog was disposed of, like killed. But it was actually, the dog is alive, living somewhere else. Come on, we need a verdict. Come on. It's been too long.
Morning, on January 29th, nobody saw her there. Even Jim McCabe admitted, yeah, I didn't see her there.
Can we get a verdict?
But they actually got rid of the dog altogether. Within months of this incident, the dog was gone, out of the house, rehomed, never to be seen again. This was a dog they had had for 7 years.
This was a big issue building up to the trial, and obviously still an issue based upon what the defense alleges the marks on John O'Keefe's arm are from. They're saying it's not from being struck by a car. They're saying it's from a dog, a combination of scratches and scrapes and bites. Here's Nicole Albert talking about what happened to Chloe the dog.
You testified that your German Shepherd, Chloe, was also at the house when you arrived home on January 29th, correct?
Yes.
She's a large German Shepherd.
Yep, about 70 pounds.
I have no idea.
She's not great
Yeah.
with strangers.
I'm looking
I
right
wouldn't
now.
say that.
You wouldn't say that she... It's kind of a poorly worded question. Would you say that she's good with strangers?
I'd say she's fine with strangers.
Fine with strangers. Ms. Albert, Chloe has injured other humans, hasn't she?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that. In one incident in May of 22, when she got out and was fighting with another dog, the woman whose dog it was tried to break up the two dogs, and while she was trying to break up the two dogs, she got injured.
Yeah, and if, I love dogs. Kind of. I do love dogs. I mean, I have 2 dogs here. But if you attack me on some shit, I will take you down. You're gonna be. It's not gonna be no. Oh, the dog attack, and we're gonna rehome. I will take care of it myself. His ass is getting. You're not gonna threaten my life and disrespect me. You're gonna be put down. I've always felt like that. There was one time a long time ago. I went to Puerto Rico to see my father. And I don't know, we were staying at these people's house. And there was like a mountain nearby, so I would climb the mountain. It was a lot of fun. I used to love like going to the mountain, to the farms. But there was this German Shepherd. I was young. I was a kid. And I'll never forget, because me and this German Shepherd, I thought we were cool. I'm coming in and out daily. I thought we were cool. One day I walk up to the gate, and that shit tried to bite me. Oh, I was so pissed. He didn't bite me. He tried to bite me. So I don't know if I'm ever caught. I've said this before. If I'm ever caught in a situation, because it happens, it could happen to your kid. You could be out in the public walking your dog, or you're just like walking the road, or you're just at a park or whatever. My stepdad, at the time, my stepfather got attacked by 2 wild dogs. If I'm getting attacked by these wild dogs, my life's like. I think the first thing I'm going to do is try to gouge the motherfucker. I'm sticking my fingers in your eyeballs, and I'm trying to pull the shit out. But when I talked about this previously, some people said maybe if you hit them in the nose, that's the weak point. Hit them in the nose, maybe they'll back off. Somebody even said you just blow out their face. Blow out their face, and they get freaked out. I don't believe, honestly, because you have some of these families, like their kids got killed by the dog and whatever. Once you bite me, it's done. I'm not saying I'll do anything. It depends. If I feel I'm threatened, you're not letting go, I'm going to defend myself. But if it's just a bite, okay, we're rehoming you, quote unquote, or we're sending you somewhere else, because I'm not putting up with that shit. That's just me. I'm not putting up with it. Samwich said, rehoming your ass to heaven. Once you cross that line, I know a lot of people, it's like people with like raise lions. Oh, but he's so nice. Oh, but we have a special connect. And then the next day they get eaten alive by a lion. And with that, you can't really do much. But nah. If you really try to like really hurt me, because dogs play. Dogs will do this thing. Even the dogs I have here now, they'll you put your finger. They do this play bite. It's not a serious bite. It's like just a very light, no, whatever. And it's cute or whatever. But if you seriously try to come for me, no, that's not flying. I don't give a fuck who it is. That's not flying. Because then I'm thinking maybe you might do that to my kid. That's not flying.
Ms. Albert, you don't have Chloe anymore, do you?
Nope.
In May of 2022, 4 months after Mr. O'Keefe's death, you got rid of your family dog of 6 years.
Objection.
What?
So is that true? Is that when you got rid of your dog?
I did not get rid of my dog. I rehomed my dog.
Oh.
Your dog is no longer in the Canton area, correct?
No, but I know where she is. She's in Vermont.
Oh.
Let's bring back in our insiders, Nick Rocco, Kevin Lenahan. Nick, what are your thoughts about Chloe the dog?
She's in Vermont, right? We're supposed to believe her. So, I mean, they could have put an end to this a long time ago. They could have brought the new...
Cheek said, dog my parents had when I was born. Tia, she bit my dad. He took her ass to the pound. That's why I feel the same way. I mean, if it's not like very serious, but if I feel like you really took a bite out of me, you're disowned. That's how I feel about it. I'm not giving you 3, 4, 5 chances. After you're done, and you're gonna know you're done.
Owner of Chloe forward, a phone number to the defense, pictures of this dog in the current state on the farm that she's running on in Vermont, wherever she is. They could have put an end to this right at the beginning. Here's Chloe, here's the new owner, and that's the end of it. But they didn't do that. They can't do that because Chloe is no longer with us. They could not have let Chloe go to Vermont and risk the fact of somebody finding the dog and then being able to do some type of DNA test or...
No, I think it's that these online people are nuts and crazy, and they're going to stalk this family and harass them, show up at their house.
Or something along the lines of that. I do not believe that Chloe is alive, and I do not believe that Chloe is in Vermont.
Wow. So there goes to that. Because somebody in the chat the other day was like, they think she's dead. So Rocco here is saying he believes she's dead. Chloe.
Was Chloe in the house the following morning?
I don't know. I would assume so.
Our resident troll, Fall Vibe, says you sound like a bitch, LMAO. Don't get an ammo if you can't handle it. What do you think they are? Objects? I mean, if an animal betrays the trust and attacks me, I'm getting rid of it. That's how I feel about it. I know you've been like, it's funny too, there's people that are like upset and complaining, but still follow and watch me every day, all day. You sound like a bitch with your little fake picture, right? In your little troll account. Let's see your real picture of you. Let's see your real name. What's your real name? Let's see, where are you at? You sound like a bitch hiding on the internet on some unknown account, trolling 24/7. Where are you at? Let's see your face and real name. Fall Vibes.
There's no indication she's not. I mean, and I don't really understand.
Don't make me fix my wig on you. Let me fix this hair on your ass. Well, shrug the hair on you.
Why the persistence of the Chloe aspect of this anyways, since John's clothing was tested thoroughly by a criminologist, unless that person is part of the conspiracy too, I guess. And that DNA test came back negative. This was clothing where they found plenty of John's DNA, where they even found some pig DNA, probably left some food or something like that. The clothing was covered in blood and vomit. These are wounds. There's no wounds on the other side of the arm where there would be if a dog, even a smallish dog, would bite him. I don't really understand this part of the theory, to tell you the truth, and it baffles me.
Let's take a listen to some cross-examination of Brian Albert, again, talking about Chloe the dog. This is the morning and the moments where they are discovering John O'Keefe's body on the front yard.
You indicated
Email
that
me,
Nicole
Paul Vibes.
came to bed about 2
Email
o'clock
me.
in the morning.
Send me a real picture of you and send me your full name and your phone number. Let's see who you are. Email me. Or post it in the chat.
Where was the dog?
The dog was in my room.
And she was sleeping on a mat in your room.
Yes.
And that mat is also about 6 feet from the windows.
Yes.
You've already indicated she was barking because she heard people and noises downstairs when you guys came in the house.
Yes.
Okay. And your explanation is that you and Nicole and Chloe, the German Shepherd, all slept through the entirety of that commotion on your front lawn.
Yes.
All right. Does that make sense to you, Kevin? That Chloe doesn't wake up, it's not barking. You've got, all the responders on the front yard.
Oh, yeah, where'd he go?
They're discovering and trying to save the life of John O'Keefe.
100%. We have 2 dogs. They're both a little bit bigger in size than Chloe. One barks only at mice. Another one barks only at rabbits. One of the dogs will bark if a delivery's coming, the other one won't. One of them barks if there's workers on the street and the other one doesn't. They're very, very different and unique. So what Chloe, whether she woke up, whether she saw anything, whether she tends to bark outside the window.
It's the wig. I can't help it. It's the wig. Try harder. If a little Chihuahua dog nipped on you, you would run to mommy. Oh, please. That's what was your response after I called you out? That's it? Oh, that's weak. That's all you got? Took you a long ass time to come up with that response. Jesus Christ. Gotta do better. That's all you got after all that shit? It took you like 5 minutes.
No, I don't know. As far as Jen McCabe coming into the house, the dog knows Jen. I probably shouldn't say this, but you could come into our house and our dogs wouldn't really attack you or bark either. So, especially if they knew you, but even if they didn't. So, dogs are dogs. The idea that the dog is always going to attack everybody that comes through or bark at people, that's just not how dogs are.
Nick, I'll give you the final
some dogs maybe. I don't know.
Word on Chloe and the morning and being in the room, etc.
The words just came out of Brian Albert's mouth that when people walked in the house, Chloe barks from upstairs. So if Chloe is barking when they don't know who is coming in the house, when they arrived back from the waterfall bar, why wouldn't Chloe bark when Jen McCabe barged through the front door and then barged through their bedroom door screaming and waking them up? Chloe didn't bark because Chloe probably wasn't in the room at that point, because we know that Caitlin Albert left suddenly late at night. Tristan came back in a snowstorm to pick him up.
What?
I'm not saying Caitlin took him home, but she's not in Vermont. We know that.
All right, rest up, guys. Tomorrow's a big day, I think. Nick Rocco, Kevin Lenahan, thank you so much. When we come back, I will reveal something else you need to know tonight, plus coming up next hour.
We will bring in our panel of high-powered criminal attorneys and lay out the 2 theories of John O'Keefe's death put in front of this jury. Which one makes more sense?
The action was just to pull out the revolver, and it went off.
2 people accidentally shot.
Alec Baldwin? Yes, sir.
Hurry, hurry, hurry was the motto on the set.
Right away, let's reload.
Alec Baldwin claims he didn't pull the trigger. Well, the FBI disagrees.
It's not going to fire until you pull the trigger.
They really do have to show that he couldn't care less.
The Case Against Alec Baldwin premieres Sunday, 9/8 Central on Court TV.
There was somebody on Twitter that he's been watching me for a while and like saying this and that, and so Lily in London said she said, oh, he called me a moron, and under Lily's like Twitter or tweet, and I was like, oh, this guy's been stalking me for a while, They said, no, I've only done like maybe 5 tweets or so. Okay. There is an advanced search option on Twitter. I could type in your name and I could type in my name and I can tell you. How do I scroll this thing? I don't know how this works. I can tell you it's been more than 5 tweets. This is just my preliminary search. No, I've only sent 5 tweets. You're right, bitch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. And that's all I could pull up on the first page. No. It's just 5 tweets. What's 5 tweets? Twitter people. Oh, he deleted his post. What happened? Come on, I was trying to reply. Oh no. Hell no, man. Y'all done up and done it. Them country boys on the ride. On them big fat wheels. On the ride. Look at the chat. The jurors have a question. Look at the chat, Mel. Okay, hold on. Well, I have this thing playing in the background nonstop with the volume on. So if they do have a question, it's gonna come up. We just gotta wait. This dude over here stalking me, talking about, I'm in your head. No, bitch, you've commented like dozens of times on my posts. He's not even following me, so that means every time he comments on my thing, he has to type in Icked Mel and search my post. All right. So I don't see the juror question yet. Yo, Lizzie said the question is, can we go home now? Yo, the jurors. Okay, we're watching court. You have to figure something. You have to come to a resolution. You can't run from this shit and leave for the week. Oh, fuck it. 4th of July is coming up. We're going to have a vacation. No. You got to deal with it. You're banned from Twitter? Really? Ooh. Oh, let's see. Flossie, she tagged me. Let's see this. Oh, shit. All right, let's see. Is there a question? Auntie Bev, looks like you need a drink. Alan Thrifts, thank you so much for the 10. Auntie Bev, especially this weekend, right? If I'm her this weekend, I'm taking out the weekend. I'm relaxing.
Auntie Bev looks like you need a drink.
Let's see. They have a question. I don't see anything yet. I'm waiting. Alia Buaban. Let's see. Will they tell us the juror's question? I don't know where people are getting the question. I'm trying to find where people are saying there's a question. Court TV? All right, let me check Court TV. Court TV. That's where all that weird sound is coming from, is Court TV. Court TV, I don't see they're saying anything. Uh-oh. What happened? The music stopped. Okay, jury question 3. Uh-oh. Clock pause. 17:26. I should pause it then. Oh, shit. They said they got a question coming. All right. Oh, hell no. Let's see. Hell no to the no. No. Okay, I don't know. Court TV paused the clock, and it says jury question 3. I guess maybe we're waiting to get into the courtroom. Welcome. We're waiting for the judge to take the bench. Okay, for jury question 3. All right, they got a question coming. So let's see what they got. T-Pave. Thank you, Butterfly. Dana. Appreciate that. Oh. All right, we're waiting. Mm-hmm. Let's see. There we go. This is the website. Let's check it out. I'm in Australia. I'm worried I'm going to miss the verdict every day. Maybe we should, yeah. With the new trials, we can go with props for sure. Okay. Yes. Smart. Oh my God, this guy's a trip. I thought the judge said you have to be available within 5 minutes. 5 minutes, you got to be there. If not, you're getting canceled. It's been like 5 minutes already. Plus, you got to be available. Auntie Bev, how long is it going to take? Auntie Bev. Auntie Bev. ASCH, thank you for the 5. Oh my God, you're too wild. Thanks for your do, Mel. But oh!
You are unmuted.
Auntie Babe, let's go.
Thank you. You see the court session.
We're back on the record on 22-117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Okay. All right. So, counsel, you're aware of our note from the jury. Dear Judge Cannoni, I am writing to inform you on behalf of the jury that despite our exhaustive review of the evidence and our diligent consideration of all disputed evidence, we have been unable to reach a unanimous verdict.
Oh, shit!
Signed by the foreperson.
Wow!
So I want to hear from counsel your view on whether there has been due and thorough deliberation. So let's start with the Commonwealth.
My answer
No
would be
verdict.
No, Your Honor. This simply hasn't been sufficient time yet.
Get your ass back.
What does the defense say?
We believe that there has been sufficient.
All right, so I'll hear from both of you in more detail.
Of course they believe that.
Mr. Raleigh, I will hear you.
Your Honor, the jury received this case
Thanks for all you
earlier
do,
this
Mel.
week.
Been lurking in
they've
the
had,
shadows, but I am still here
slightly
to support
shortened
you
days,
and show you some
I'm
love.
not in any way,
Love the
shape, or
hair
form
rolling on the
suggesting
floor
that they
laughing.
haven't conducted their due diligence in regard to their deliberative process, but I would submit that it is far, far, far too early in their deliberative process to even consider giving them any kind of Tui Rodriguez instruction or anything close to that. Furthermore, what the note doesn't really indicate affirmatively that they can't come to a conclusion. It just says that they haven't come to a conclusion through their deliberative process at this time. They're not even asking for one, is what I would say.
All right, thank you. Ms. Gianetti, I'll hear you.
Your Honor, I would disagree with Mr. Lowry's characterization of the note.
They're hoping for the shit.
The word exhaustive is the word I think that's operative here. They're communicating to the court that they've exhausted all manner of compromise, all manner of persuasion, and they're at an impasse. This is a case where the jury has the legal instructions. They've only really asked one question, which was to try to get a report that they were not allowed to get. And I think the message has been received that the evidence is closed. They won't get anything more. They've been working essentially nonstop over the last 3-4 days. We're approaching a weekend. They didn't come back with this at 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock. They're at 12 o'clock, and they have nowhere to turn. So our position is the jury should be read the Tui Rodriguez model instruction and go from there.
Okay. All right. So you all know that it is within my discretion, I decide. So a case that has been, it's a long case. This is our 4th day of deliberations, but Tuesday was a short afternoon, maybe 2.5 hours. Wednesday, they left early because of an appointment. Yesterday was also shortened a little bit, and this note arrived with less than 3 hours of deliberations today. So the length of the trial, the length of the deliberations, I know the case we heard from 74 witnesses. There are 657 exhibits, very complex issues in this case. I'm not prepared to find that there have been due and thorough deliberations at this point. So I'm going to send them back out.
Get them back!
Bring them in, and we'll do that now.
Get back into that room. But honestly, yeah. I mean, I don't know. Like I said, I was on that case before, and we gave up. All because of one woman. We said, fuck it, we're done. But the judge made us go back, and then we deliberated. We came out to whatever. But I don't think... This does feel like forever for us, but as long as this case has been, they could deliberate some more. They could try whatever. But maybe some people in there are so stuck in their ways. Y'all been dragging us for this shit? I go back to sleep. I go lay back down. What the hell? Oh, we give up.
All right, to the court, please. Your central.
Send him back. And you know what? The next time, today, don't give him lunch. Take the lunch out of that shit. No lunch for you guys. No lunch. Figure this shit out. Oh, damn. Auntie Bev not happy. She not happy, no.
Back in session, you may be seated.
Right. So, jurors, I'm in receipt of your note. I am writing to inform you on behalf of the jury that despite our exhaustive review of the evidence and our diligent consideration of all disputed evidence, we have been unable to reach a unanimous verdict signed by your foreperson. We all know how hard you've been working. Lunch will be arriving shortly. When it comes, I'd ask you to clear your heads, have lunch, and begin your deliberations again. So, or continue your deliberations. All right? So I'm sending you back out.
All right, to the court, please. Follow me, please. Thank you. Be seated. Put us still in session.
All right, so the note has been marked for identification, and we'll see you all either at 3:30 or when you get a phone call.
Wow.
All right.
Triple V for identification. Triple V. Thanks.
You are muted.
Wow. Mamma mia. What are we going to do? This is not good. Or actually, it's good for Karen. It's good for Karen. It's a hung jury, I guess.
Hey, there, Karen Reed.
I'm with Law and Crime.
You know what a lot of the remind me? It's
what?
That you got to be careful who you surround yourself with.
Who you trust, who you trust.
Do you really know? I mean, it's
we
a
don't
scary
know.
thing to think about.
Yeah,
well,
we got to do a background
check.
check.
I'm so thrilled to talk to you about the sponsor of this week's Law and Crime trial stream, Truth Finder.
All right. Potentially a hung jury. Damn, bro. I love calling some of these people out on Twitter. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. um all right. All right. So I guess we're stuck. I guess we can start the timer back up. This is wild. Honestly, now hearing what I'm hearing, I don't have too much hope. I don't have so much hope that we're gonna get a verdict. It might be a hung jury. So I'm not sitting through another Karen retrial, I'll tell you that shit. I'm not doing this shit again. It could be hung and she could walk off into this guy. Hung jury. That's a W for Karen. Jesus Christ. It might be done. It might be a wrap. Oh my God. Why? Why? Maybe. Oh, I should. Hung jury on the pole. So I don't know. I don't know what's going to be the outcome as far as the Karen. I mean, we'll see. I think there's some people that are stuck in what they feel and they're not switching. For YouTube not working. Nice work, Mel. Booler, thanks so much for the 10. Cash App love. I think I'm gonna take a little break. Like I said earlier, I was joking, but I said, cut the lunch. No more lunch for these people. Figure it out. No lunch, no breaks, whatever. You think she's walking, Jeff? I dismantled this one guy on Twitter. He had shit to say. I dismantled him. Keep coming back to my Twitter. Dude, following me and all kind of shit. Keep coming back to my Twitter. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm. Mm. Mm-mm-mm-mm. All right. I want to take a little break. I don't know if I should play something on the screen for you guys. I have a little now after hearing this. I don't know what's gonna happen. Karen, she might walk. She really might walk. Mel's Twitter's like his hair. Mm. Mm-hmm. Just like that, he's gone. Amazing. Amazing. Let's fix some of the highlights with the hair. I don't know how I feel about the trial now. I'm kind of like, I don't know. Maybe what and that would be some type of fate that we get. No real resolution, a hung jury. I don't even know how they pulled a jury in that county as much as people feel, as if you could find somebody unbiased, either one way or the other. They should have moved that trial somewhere else. Anyway. Misty Barrett, right? I ran somebody off of Twitter. So glad. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right. I mean, I could play. Do we still have left the court TV? The court TV. There's still some more video. I could play the court TV. I'm gonna take a little break. I did want to edit some clips to post on Twitter, but. Oh. Oh. Hey. Oh. Thundercats. Thundercats. Oh.
Welcome back. Time to reveal something else you need to know tonight. Take a look. There he is, the accused Idaho student murderer. Guess what, folks? We've got a trial date coming up. Take a listen. They were in court today.
Your Honor, first, I know the court has listed this as taking place in Latah County. We haven't been heard on our change of venue yet. That's to come in August. So I don't want anybody thinking I'm agreeing to Latah County at all. The June of 2025, that's the time frame that we have been working towards. I am hopeful that we can come in there. We're working towards that date. I think it's reasonable to set that date. As the court's aware, mitigation is something that takes a significant amount of time. We've had that underway since the day we took this case. We continue to work that very hard. I spoke with our mitigation expert last night about this date. And there's a lot of work yet to be done, but we're still working towards that. So I think it's reasonable to set that. I just want the court to know that that's not finished at this point. That's very much ongoing, and new things are coming out that we need to follow up. But with that said, I think it's reasonable to go ahead and pick the June of 2025 as a trial date at this time.
And by the way, I think you understand that, all counsel understand that, but this is a 3-month trial. So I was calculating 2 weeks to set the jury, then 8 weeks of trial, and then 2 weeks for mitigation and sentencing. And I mean, that's a guess, but I think it's enough time for all of those things to take care of. And obviously, the last 2 weeks would only be if Mr. Overberg was convicted.
June of 2025. You know what that means. If you're looking for me next summer, you're going to have to come out to Idaho because I'm going out for that one. 3 months. It's going to be a long trial. It's going to be a big case. And, of course, your front row seat to justice will be there. When we come back, we're still in a verdict watch, but I have some interesting information from the public.
Okay. Mama was, I was talking to her a little bit about the debate. I wanted her to come over last night, but I told her kind of last minute, and so we didn't get to do it, but she did watch it, and it was really funny. Auntie Bev, I want to post a clip for Twitter. Normally, I do it on the second computer, but maybe I'll just do it with you guys. We're going to re-listen to this. Let's see if I can kind of hide some of this stuff. Oh. You have to be available within 5 minutes. Ready? Auntie Bev! Auntie Bev! Let's go! Let me record this.
You are unmuted.
Auntie Bev! Let's go!
Thank you. You see the closed session.
We're back on the record on 22-117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Okay. All right, so counsel, you're aware of our note from the jury. Dear Judge Cannoni, I am writing to inform you on behalf of the jury that despite our exhaustive review of the evidence and our diligent consideration of all disputed evidence, we have been unable to reach a unanimous verdict signed by the foreperson. So I want to hear from counsel your view on whether there has been due and thorough deliberation. So let's start with the Commonwealth.
My answer
No
would be
verdict.
No, Your Honor. This simply hasn't been sufficient time yet.
Get your ass back!
What does the defense say?
We believe that there has been sufficient.
All right, so I'll hear from both of you in more detail.
Of course they believe that.
Mr. Valley, I will hear you.
Your Honor, the jury received this case
Thanks for all you
earlier
do
this
now.
week.
Been lurking in the
had,
shadows, but I am still here to
slightly
support
shortened
you
days,
and show you some
I'm
love.
not in any way,
Love the
shape,
hair
or form
rolling on the
suggesting
floor
that they
laughing.
haven't conducted their due diligence in regard to their deliberative process, but I would submit that it is far, far, far too early in their deliberative process to even consider giving them any kind of Tui Rodriguez instruction or anything close to that. Furthermore, what the note doesn't really indicate affirmatively that they can't come to a conclusion. It just says that they haven't come to a conclusion through their deliberative process at this time. They're not even asking for one, is what I would say.
All right, thank you. Ms. Giannetti, I'll hear you.
Your Honor, I would disagree with Mr. Lowry's characterization of the note.
They're hoping for the shit.
The word exhaustive is the word I think that's operative here. They're communicating to the court that they've exhausted all manner of compromise, all manner of persuasion, and they're at an impasse. This is a case where the jury has the legal instructions. They've only really asked one question, which was to try to get a report that they were not allowed to get. And I think the message has been received that the evidence is closed. They won't get anything more. They've been working essentially nonstop over the last 3-4 days. We're approaching the weekend. They didn't come back with this at 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock. They're at 12 o'clock and they have nowhere to turn. So our position is the jury should be read the Tui Rodriguez model instruction and go from there.
Okay. All right, so you all know that it is within my discretion, I decide. So a case that has been, it's a long case. This is our 4th day of deliberations, but Tuesday was a short afternoon, maybe 2.5 hours. Wednesday, they left early because of an appointment. Yesterday was also shortened a little bit, and this note arrived with less than 3 hours of deliberations today. So the length of the trial, the length of the deliberations, I know the case we heard from 74 witnesses. There are 657 exhibits, very complex issues in this case. I'm not prepared to find that there have been due and thorough deliberations at this point. So I'm going to send them back out.
Get them back!
Bring them in, and we'll do that now.
Get back into that room. But honestly, yeah. I mean, I don't know. Like I said, I was on that case before, and we gave up. All because of one woman. We said, fuck it, we're done. But the judge made us go back, and then we deliberated. We came out to whatever. But I don't think... This does feel like forever for us, but as long as this case has been, they could deliberate some more. They could try whatever. But maybe some people in there are so stuck in their ways. Y'all been dragging us for this shit? I go back to sleep. I go lay back down. What the hell? Oh, we give up.
All right, to the court, please. Jurors entering.
Send him back. And you know what? The next time, today, don't give him lunch. Take the lunch out of that shit. No lunch for you guys. No lunch. Figure this shit out. Oh, damn. Auntie Bev not happy. She's not happy, no.
Back in session, you may be seated.
All right.
Unanimous.
Blah, blah. No lunch. Okay. Figure this shit. Yeah. Withhold lunch. If you can do it, fuck it. Take the lunch back. No more free lunch for you guys. Why isn't this working? Okay. This is not working. Unpin. What the hell going on with that? Now, I want to post a clip to Twitter, the world of Twitter. Yes, the world of Twitter. But I have a really short attention span there, so I'm not posting no 5 minutes. I think with the world of Twitter, the plan is we'll just post the last few seconds. It's like kids. You got to be very, Let me see. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, I didn't stop recording? I did stop recording. Auntie Bev.
Mel AJ was also Kevin Spacey's lawyer.
Kevin Spacey? Yeah. You meant to put Spacey. Yeah, I heard. Oh, hell no. Y'all ain't gonna do me like that. Hell no. I think we just skip to the last part. Send him back. And you know what? The next time, today, don't give him lunch. Take the lunch out of that shit. No lunch for you guys. No lunch. Figure this shit out. Yeah, Auntie Bev not happy. She's not. Boom, that's it. Just a quick. I was gonna do something more integrated, but nah. It's just a quick ass clip. It's enough to upset the people of Twitter. I don't think there's any offensive, but they'll get upset anyway. And I'll just title it Hung Jury. Hung Jury. Okay, boom. Auntie Bev! A couple of my friends been saying Hung Jury, and I guess you guys might be right. Possible. It's very possible. Very, very possible. But like I said, I was on a case, and we gave up, and then they said, nah, get your asses back in. Hung Jury. On a month-long case. ultimately. Hung jury. Karen Reed. Karen Reed trial. Okay. Boom. Shit. No. Send him back. And you know what? The next time, today, don't give him lunch. Take the lunch out of that shit. No lunch for you guys. No lunch. Figure this shit out. Oh, damn. Auntie Bev not happy. She's not happy, no.
Back in session, you may be seated.
Well, oh yeah, I don't feel right without the wig now. Something feels off. Oh, there you go. Get the wig back. Holy fucking Chris. Is this the Chris from my chat? Is it the same Chris? Dude. I think it's the same Chris. Fucking crazy.
Boston police officer John
I think it's the same
O'Keefe
Chris.
was found lifeless in the snow on the front yard of another Boston police officer's home. But that home was never searched by police. In fact, no one who was inside that home the night John O'Keefe died was ever even considered a suspect. The only suspect was the woman who was arrested and charged with Officer O'Keefe's murder.
You say some wild shit, but it's hilarious.
Girlfriend, Karen Reed. She's been charged with purposely running over John in an alcohol-fueled rage of jealousy after an argument in their car. But Karen says she is factually innocent, and John was murdered by someone else in the house. All of the evidence is in, and the arguments have been made.
I feel like if this whole thing turned out to be a hung jury, I feel like it that's how life it is. Kind of like that. I feel like that would just be like all the fighting for months and years, and this is going to be that, this is going to be this, just to have a hung jury. I feel like that'd probably be the most likely outcome, probably. Yeah. Now, see, after this shit, maybe that's what it's going to be. Because I feel like people feel so strongly about this case, and literally all it takes is one person. I wonder which side they're arguing for. Are they arguing for Karen, that she's innocent, she didn't do this? Or are they arguing that she did do this and there's one person holding out? All it takes is one person. You know, it's like, wow.
And it's time to hear from the jury as we continue our investigation into the tragic death of Officer John O'Keefe. Another day with no verdict. Day 3 of deliberations done. They'll be back for day 4 tomorrow, which is a Friday. And you know what that means on Court TV? 70% of our verdicts are on Fridays. So everything is set up. So first thing in the morning till the end of the day, be ready, because it can literally happen at any moment. So start your day with Julie Grant.
I don't know anymore now. I don't think so
turn us
anymore.
off. If you have to leave the house, we have an app you can download and put
Watch
on
it
your
on
phone.
the app.
So I think a lot of people, though, are surprised that there wasn't a verdict already in this case. A lot of people are thinking there's going to be a quick verdict. And I think it's partly because of the people who are voicing their opinions who have this overwhelming feeling in this case, like overwhelming. So what I want to start this hour off with are some polls that have been taken by the network Court TV on social media and by me on social media, and they're very consistent with one another. Let's begin with a Court TV YouTube poll, which was, what do you think the verdict will be? So this is one where people on the outside think, well, what do you think this jury's going to do? 9% guilty of the murder, 11% guilty of the manslaughter. So that's like 1 in 5 think that she's going to be found guilty, 20%. 70%, 70 of Court TV viewers believe she's going to be found not guilty. 10% think this jury's not going to be able to come to a unanimous verdict, and it'll be hung. Now, on X, YouTube, on X, Court TV did another survey. If you were on the jury, what would your verdict be? And in that case, 7.9% guilty of the murder, 14.8% guilty of the manslaughter. So about 22, 23%. 70%, once again, not guilty. Hung jury, 6.5%. Okay, I did a poll on YouTube. And again, these polls, I mean, you've got tens of thousands of people voting here. What is your verdict? I just did a simple not guilty, guilty. Simple. Not guilty, guilty. And it was 87% not guilty. 87% of the people who are voicing their opinions on social media about this case. This never happens in a Court TV case. And then finally, I asked another question on YouTube that's a little more specific. What do you think happened in the Karen Reed case? Intentional murder by Karen Reed? Just 3%. That's what the prosecutors are arguing in this case. 11% accidental death by Karen Reed. So that's about 14%. Very similar with what we saw on the Court TV polls. Conspiracy, cover-up, killing by the people in the house. 67% of the people on social media following me, the former prosecutor, believe there's a conspiracy and a cover-up here. And 19% of the people still don't know what really happened in the Karen Reed case and the death of John O'Keefe. These are numbers that absolutely could floor you. There's Karen Reed back in court today waiting for that verdict. Like if the folks on social media were voting, she may have gone home already, but they're not the ones voting. It's the folks from Norfolk County, 12 strangers. So let's get a little more insight into the local angle of all this. Joining us from Boston, Massachusetts, he's been on this story from the beginning. Incredible reporter, Boston 25 News, Ted Daniel with us. Ted, I know these have been long days, long week, long 9 weeks, but we appreciate you coming on tonight. First, your reaction, and I don't know if Boston 25 is taking polls or if you're just kind of like speaking with people, have a vibe for the community. What do you think of those numbers that I was reading and what you've either seen yourself or heard yourself?
Yeah, no, the polls do not surprise me at all, Vinny. Essentially, that's the sentiment that we've been hearing for more than a year now. This is the dominant conversation. If you go get your hair cut, if you're at a cocktail party, dinner party, group gathering, one of my buddies was, at the doctor's office the other day, and there were nurses that were debating this case. I'm not sure if this is happening all over the country, but at least in Massachusetts, this is the talk. Everyone's watching this trial. And I think you had, 19% that, said still don't know. And I think that's why so many people keep coming back to this case and are so interested in it, is because there is still so much mystery about what really happened at 34 Fairview Road on that snowy night.
Okay. As I mentioned, you've been covering this from the beginning. You've been uncovering things in this case from the beginning. So you knew a lot going into this trial. Like, you knew a lot about this. I mean, you knew like everything about this case. But trials are like living, breathing things. A good friend of mine, Ricky Kleeman, used to work at Court TV, would always say, was there anything that happened or what happened at this trial that surprised you? Maybe you heard something that, oh, I never heard that before, or something happened in the courtroom that was like, oh, I wasn't expecting that.
Well, remember that the defense wanted to go with a third-party culprit, to go into the courtroom and point the finger at other people. And the judge said, no, you can't do that. So I thought that the defense was going to have to be very reserved with, how they sort of brought that in front of the jury. But the first words out of David Yannetti, the defense attorney's mouth in openings, was Karen Reed was framed. And then you heard in closings the same thing. They essentially, got that third party in without exactly naming exact names. And that's what they've been doing all along. But I think if you're on the jury, based on the way Alan Jackson, the other defense attorney, finished closings, you have a pretty good idea at who the defense is blaming, who they say are the culprits in the death of John O'Keefe. But I mean, there was a lot of, you heard all the testimony from the first responders who said that they heard Karen Reed say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. And that's something that the prosecutor, Adam Lally, was quick to bring up in his closings, that, hey, you have all these people who are, trained in law enforcement, paramedics, and they all said they heard the same thing. And I think you're looking at Adam Lally right there. I think that, that's something that's probably sitting with the jury as they're trying to decide which way this is going to go. But I mean, the whole premise from the defense is, hey, this is a conspiracy and a cover-up. We're now going into day 4 of deliberation. You have to wonder, if they totally bought that off the bat, would they still be deliberating this long? And why would their one question so far be to see a report from a state police team? You kind of have to think, wouldn't they throw all that out the window if they immediately bought the cover-up conspiracy theory?
Yeah, and that's a great point. And, a lot of folks who are watching this, at least from that follow me on social media, 2/3 of them believe all the conspiracy. They are all in on it. So let's talk about that.
Well, there was a lot of weird things that happened. I mean, there was a lot of strange stuff you just cannot explain. That, all the butt dials and a lot of stuff that just doesn't make sense. That we never, that the prosecution really wasn't able to tell us a lot about a number of these things that, the investigation was certainly lacking in a number of regards. Of course, it was a snowy night. I don't think they knew what they had at first. But there's so many things that you're just like, that doesn't make sense. And I think that's why you're getting the poll numbers that you're getting.
Let me ask you this. You had an opportunity, I believe, to speak with Karen Reed's parents or father, and the jury, as you mentioned, heard all these emergency workers saying that she confessed. Did anything in your interviews reveal anything relative to that?
Well, I think the one thing that was kind of poignant in that interview is that Bill Reed, who's, this guy's a former business professor. He is a very nice gentleman. I have spoken to him a number of times. The one thing that he said, I said, Bill, did your daughter ever say she hit something that night? And she, according to Bill, he said, yes, that she did. But what his explanation was, and what, the defense explanation has been from then, is essentially that video they have of her backing out at 5 a.m. from John O'Keefe's house and making contact with John O'Keefe's car. The prosecution says, hey, there was no damage to John's car. There were no taillight pieces found there. But the defense says, hey, look at the video of her pulling out. You can see the taillight is cracked, but it's not broken. And they're alleging that once the state police got the vehicle, the taillight became completely smashed and broken. And that was what it looked like.
Ted Daniel.
Yeah.
Boston 25 News, incredible work. Rest up. Tomorrow, I think, is going to be a big day. Thanks so much, Ted. All right, folks, when we come back, we're going to bring in our high-powered attorneys, local attorneys, our think tank, to go through the two theories of this case. On the next episode of Accomplice to Murder.
It looked like Virginia and Norman really had a wonderful relationship.
But then greed planted the seeds of a brutal murder.
$1.1 million in benefits to Virginia.
And when she couldn't find a hitman, she decided to use her son, Jason.
She said, no one is going to be getting in the way of me collecting that insurance money, or they'll wind up just like Norm.
Accomplice to Murder with Vanny Politan. All new episode, Sunday night, 8, 7 Central.
Only on Court TV.
Speak louder. Louder. Into the microphone. Louder. When do you get some music? That's free, like copyright free music. Oh, I like that shit, yeah? Bundum 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 bundum. Oh! I want to lay down and go to sleep, but I also can't stay away. I'm hooked. I'm addicted. Oh! Oh! We're stuck together. The song's kind of dope. I wonder where's that from. What about Ali Buaban? Come on. Nothing today so far. It's Cali though, still early. I almost want to contact Court TV. What song is this? This is dope. Court TV. So they have members only chat. If I did that, they'd cancel me. I'll join. I'll join the chat just to see if I can get the song. What the hell's that?
The defendant, Karen Reed, is guilty of murder in the second degree, striking
so loud.
Mr. O'Keefe with a car, knocking him back onto the ground, striking his head on the ground, causing the bleeding in his brain.
What? Oh, what's that? Oh, it was the other thing. That's not what it's dope. Bing, ding, bing, ding, bing, ding, bing, ding, bing, ding, bing. It's dope. Oh. Bing, 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 bing. I don't know what kind of music that would be classified as. It's not rock, right? Is it rock? I don't know. Jazz and blues, pop, R&B, maybe rock, or alternative punk? Nah, not alternative punk. I don't know. Oh my gosh, it's so loud. Okay, Wendy, thank you. Panty droppers. That's true. I could Shazam it. Let me see. Let's see. Hold on. I could. I have Shazam on my phone. Shazam. And I can play this from my speakers. Let me switch to the speakers. Bum bum ba-dum bum bum ba-dum bum. Bum ba-dum bum. If that is a book that. Oh. Even Shazam can't figure it out. It says this is tough. Come on!
The defendant, Karen Reed, is guilty of murder in the second degree, striking
Shazam couldn't figure it out. Wow. Holy moly. That's interesting. I don't know what to do. Does Siri do that? Shazam was like the Karen Reed jury.
Mail the iPhone will tell you what it is. The song.
All right, let's try. Hold on. Hey Siri. Hey Siri. Siri. What song is this? Even Siri can't figure it out. What? I might have to contact Court TV, send them the link and the timestamp, and be like, yo, what song is that? Even Siri can't do it. Oh. Okay. Hey. Is she guilty? Is she not guilty? What? Come on. Hey. Hey. Oh. Oh. Hey. Hey. Oh. Oh. Hey. You said 9 Inch Nails? I love 9 Inch Nails. I feel like if we're gonna go off the rails, it seems like today is off the rails. If we're gonna go off the rails, I'd start a different stream. Same thing, verdict watch, but music stream, because they might block it after a while. But at least they won't collect the earnings that I have for this stream. We could do that. You want to do a new stream? Just to protect this stream? We could start a new one in the verdict watch Friday, and we'll listen to actual music. Fuck it, right? Why not? Why not? Reuse, verdict watch, music stream. And today's day 34. What else we got left? Rammstein. I feel like I know I've heard that name. Hold on, Rammstein. I gotta look it up. Rammstein. What's this? Sony? Oh, du hast me. Billie Eilish might get us canceled. I don't know. They might shut the stream down. We have to start it a little bit slow. I think we can do 9 Inch Nails. All right, let me set up the stream. Verdict watch music stream. Karen Reed. Oh. Du hast me. I think that means you hate me or something, right? You hate me. Guten Tag. Why not? It's Friday. Doesn't look like we're getting anywhere. We're losing viewers. Facebook's probably gonna get muted. That's what they do. Mute the stream. Du hast me. Oh, I love Deftones. All right, give me 1 second. I'm already over today. I'm over today. Okay. All right, so we're gonna move everybody over to the other stream. Be patient. We're going.